Well, good evening, members, ladies and gentlemen. We'll start the meeting at 6:30. This is a meeting of the Development Control Committee on the 12th of February, and I start by advising you that we are not expecting a fire alarm this evening. We might well get a flood alarm, but we don't expect a fire alarm. And if we hear something that seems like a fire alarm, we'll assume it is one, and we'll adopt the fire procedures, which is you go out through the fire exit at the back there. Those of you nearest to that exit, members here will know which way to go. And if you have been signed into the building, please don't run away. Please assemble outside of the edge of the Memorial Park so that we can make sure that everybody who was signed in has left the building. We don't want to run the risk that somebody was trapped in here in some way. We never found out. But it's not happened so far on my watch, and I'm prayerful that it will not happen tonight. To note that the meeting is being webcast, and that means that those of you who come down to the front, members of the public, to speak to the committee will be on the webcast. The web system works here so that it looks at the individual members, so you shouldn't be caught at the back. If you want to be caught and on the webcast for posterity, crane forward or something, but I can't guarantee you'll appear. My next thing is to receive apologies for absence. I have an Paul and substitutions.
One apology from Councillor David Potter, whom I'm replacing this evening for this meeting only.
Any other apologies for absence? No. And we've no other replacements, I think, either. Okay. Any declarations of interest? Mike. Now pause the meeting while we try and find out whether we can get you all webcast. Paul, could you try the next two along from you?
Yes.
Yeah. It seems to be this front row. So, gentlemen, I'm sorry. Would you mind moving back so that we don't want to sort of lose your wise words, and the borough and the community as a whole will not want to lose your wise words. I have no urgent, I'll keep going while that's happening. I have no urgent items or announcements. Oh, Councillor Goodison.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I have a prejudicial interest or financial interest in item 10, so I'll be leaving the chamber at that point. Thank you.
I have no urgent items or announcements, and next is to confirm the minutes. Has anybody got any questions or comments on the minutes? Yes, Councillor Ban.
Sorry, I have an interest to declare on item 1. I will not be taking part in the debate or the vote. And on item 3, I will only be appearing as ward councillor. I will not be part of the committee for number 3.
Thank you very much. We got those? Thank you. The minutes of the meeting of the 15th of January. Has anybody got any questions or comments on the minutes? It's your will that I sign them. I'll do that at the end of the meeting. Mike? I have no referrals from other committees or the council, no issues referred by the cabinet, and we'll move on to the applications. For the benefit of the members of the public, we don't normally meet in this room, which is why there's a bit of jiggery-pokery going on. But the room we normally meet in is in use as our emergency control centre for the flood response. And we have a lot of officers working around the clock out there in the field, and people in the control centre organising that. So it's absolutely essential and right that they have the priority use of the room which gives them the best facilities for the job. It does make it may make things slightly awkward here because I'll have to crane round to see what the officers are saying and to explain who's who. I'm the chairman, Councillor Mitchell. This is my colleague who's the vice chairman. The members of the committee are the ones who've been moving around. The two gentlemen at the front here are visiting councillors, not members of the committee. And the members of the committee in the row, the second row around, together with the two of us, will be the people who are voting on and deciding the matters, plus the two gentlemen who are one row back from them. That they're also members of the committee. And I'll explain the process as we get to it. Am I expecting a speaker for the first item? I'm expecting Councillor Mrs. Curtis for the Parish Council. If you'd like to come forward now, please, and you can't see the sign that says public speaking, but it's in front of the very distinguished-looking gentleman on your immediate left. Just there. If you'd sit down, please, and we'll explain how it happens when we get to you. The first thing we're going to do is to have the officers present their report, and then I'll be asking you to speak. Officers? Now, what works? It's on.
Is it on? Can you hear me?
Yes, you're
Oh,
on.
sorry. I was going to shout then. The application is for a replacement 5-bedroom dwelling and garage at Westview in Basingstoke Road in Ramsdale. Members will remember viewing the site. There's nothing to add on the update, and the recommendation is for approval, subject to conditions on the order paper.
Councillor Mrs. Curtis, it's your turn now. You have 4 minutes. If you press the large black button when you speak, it's not working. No.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Right. As members of the committee will have seen, the site lies on a narrow road through the village of Ramsdale, which at peak times carries significant commuter traffic. Because of the bend in the road, visibility from the existing access towards the northern end of the site is extremely limited, even following the removal of the hedge. The proposed access is some 30 yards to the south on significantly higher ground and would require a cutting through an embankment. The Parish Council understands that the applicant intends to regrade the surrounding embankment to improve the visibility, but believes that the access will still be dangerous as the bend on the road and the remaining embankment is likely to restrict the view from both within the site and from the road. The current plans for a substantial 5-bedroom house are the last of a number of proposals for redevelopment, and, in the view of the Parish Council, are a welcome improvement on earlier versions, which were generally larger in scale. However, whilst the proposal to build largely on the footprint of the very modest existing bungalow is welcome, because of the topography of the area, the bulk and scale of the new house, which will be at the highest point of the site, will dominate the street scene. As members will have seen, the properties on the opposite side of the road are mainly semi-detached houses or bungalows of relatively modest size, and the proposed house will be out of keeping with the character of the area. Although we understand that it is intended to regrade the land on which the house is to be built, we will still have concerns about the ridge height and the impact on the neighbouring properties. In our view, a bungalow or chalet bungalow would be preferable to the current proposal. Should approval be given, we would ask that there is a complete prohibition on parking by construction vehicles on Basingstoke Road because of its narrowness and the visibility concerns. We ask that prior to the commencement of works, a suitable on-site area for parking all vehicles and equipment be constructed. Although the Parish Council does not oppose redevelopment, it believes the scale and bulk of the current proposal is excessive and believes that access as proposed remains a concern. It therefore asks you to refuse the current proposal.
button again. Thank you very much. Thank you for... No, stay there. If you stay there for a moment, we'll just see if members have any questions for you. Members, any questions for the Parish Council? No? Thank you very much, Councillor Mrs. Curtis. If you'd like to withdraw now. And I now have Mrs. Shelley to speak against the application. If you want to go 2 chairs in. Or...
Would you mind very much if I stood up?
Not at all, but you do need to have the microphone on when you speak. No, you have the microphone on because it's the webcast. It's not that I couldn't hear you. You have 4 minutes.
I'm on. Well, I shall still try and make as much noise as possible so that you can hear. The reason I've come to object to this, I've lived in the village of Ramsdell for 58 years, and I know it well. I don't live particularly near the site. I live about half a mile away, and I can't see any part of it. I am concerned about the view as you come over from what we call Piccadilly Hill. It is a particularly beautiful view, stretching from above Camberley in the east to above the west of Newbury in the north. It is a special view, and it's why that area is included, not the site, but the rest of the area, in the area of outstanding natural beauty. And therefore, I feel that this entrance to the village is important. This house, if it's built on the plans as currently before the committee, will obtrude into that view because the site is not big enough to plant large trees on as well as the house. It will also dominate the entrance to the village. It's very rural, that part of Ramsdell. They're all cottages and bungalows, and if you have a large family house, it will dominate the whole area. Finally, I would like to agree with everything everyone has said about the access. It is a frightening piece of road. There have been several accidents there, and in my personal view, I think that the best place for the access would be the furthest southerly point that it's possible to achieve on the site without the agreement of other landowners, because opposite that there is a lay-by for the council bungalows the other side, and it means that the visibility would be a little better. It's away from the bend as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. If you just press your black button again, we'll just see if members have any questions. I had one. I just wanted to understand the orientation. If officers could put up the chart that shows the site location, the large area with the road and so forth. If you can make sense of that, the view you're describing, are you coming up that road or down the road as we look at it here?
Coming from outside the village, I'm starting at the bottom of the map and moving upwards. If you look you'll see there's a very small lane going off. It's on my left. Is it on your left too? Well, I live right at the very bottom of that. I'm afraid the map has neglected to put our house on it. But you'll see just within that arc where the lane goes in, there is a sort of chalet bungalow type house, which fits in very well. It's quite large, but it's a larger plot than the current plot that's being considered. But that is actually really quite a pleasant.
No, that's
part.
fine. Thank you very
Okay.
much. Just trying to get the orientation right.
Right.
Thank you. Any other questions, members? No, thank you very much. And we will now hear from the applicant's agent, Mr. Waters.
Can you hear me? Is that okay?
You have 4 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak as the agent and architect for this application. We have now reached an important and significant stage in bringing before you a design that has the full support of your planning officer, conservation officer, highway officer and landscape officer. The support is based on the appreciation of the appropriateness of the design in the context of the edge of conservation area setting. I wish to concentrate on two main aspects of how this application will be decided. The first relates to the committee site visit of last Friday, and the second relates to how much importance is being placed on the conservation area status. The site visit last Friday was a good opportunity for the committee to more fully understand the key issues relating to site access, highway safety and proposed building heights. I was able to clarify the access position and also to show the proposed new floor level for the house in relation to the existing floor level. I demonstrated how the repositioned access would improve the sight lines across the site frontage and how this improvement in highway safety had been supported by your highway officer. It was an opportunity also to reassure the representative of the parish council as to how the sight lines and parking for construction vehicles could be put fully in place prior to construction of the actual house being commenced. I was able to demonstrate that the floor slab level of the proposed house would be lower than the existing dwelling by approximately 3/4 of a metre, and that the proposed ridge height would be similar to the nearest house opposite, and therefore in keeping with the general form of houses in that part of Ramsdell. One important comment which was made by Councillor Leake on site related to the visual impact of the north elevation of the design when viewed from that northern approach. It led me to think that there is a reasonable possibility that he and others may not have fully appreciated the most recent changes to the application design as submitted in November. I only raise this query as it is a crucial factor in considering the application before you. At the site visit, Councillor Leake highlighted the point that the north side elevation was the longest elevation of the design, longer than the front elevation, and that this would be particularly dominant. However, whilst this was true for the previous set of plans, where that elevation was the longest one, and when it was an L-shaped plan, this is no longer the case, and in the most recent plans, that side elevation was reduced in length by 3.5 metres, or nearly 12 feet. Also, the rear half of the house was reduced in height by 2 feet, or 0.6 metres, and reduced in overall width, and had dormer windows introduced to significantly lessen its impact. Perhaps it would be fair to ask for clarification as to whether the objections relate to the most up-to-date plans or still to the previous ones, particularly as the comments attributed to Councillor Leake in the report for the committee states, and I quote, "Although the front of the building facing the road has been reduced in width, the northern side is now of considerable length in an attempt to achieve a 5-bedroom dwelling." But I think those comments refer to the previous design.
You have 1 minute.
Thank you. Turning to the conservation area status, comments from the parish council and reinforced by Councillor Leake suggested it would be best to replace the existing bungalow on the site with either another bungalow or a chalet bungalow. I need to stress very clearly that I have consistently been advised by the council's officers that a 2-storey dwelling would be acceptable and would better reflect the character of the conservation area. If a conservation area statement is accepted as important guidance in reinforcing the character of a conservation area, then surely it should not be ignored just when it suits a few individuals. And I would just reinforce the comments of your conservation officer, landscape officer, highway officer and planning officer, who all believe that this application is appropriate for this setting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you stay there for a moment. Members, do you have any questions for the applicant's agent? No? Thank you, sir. And Councillor Lee.
Good evening. You've heard the views of the parish council, and I support those entirely. You've also just heard that I obviously submitted my comments before the final version of this application, or I assume that that is what has happened, because I was asked to submit my reasons for requesting that it be considered by DC some time back, So if I've been looking at an earlier set of plans, please forgive me, but there have been so many sets of plans on this particular site. We've had a Georgian design at the bottom because the applicant considered the village needed a large Georgian house. That was rejected by officers. We then had a Disney street scene, as I call it, which was also rejected by the officers. We then had the one with the large block wall, which I did object to. If I've missed this latest version, then please forgive me. But it doesn't really alter the fact that the house is still substantial. It's a 5-bedroom house replacing what I guess was a 2-bedroom bungalow. It is very high. The topography of the site means that it is even more dominant within the street scene. And if we could just go back and look at the picture of the road, which was up. If I could again just, if we could have that very briefly.
Are we looking for the plan or the photograph?
The photograph, sorry, please, yeah. This will, for those who, well, not that particular photograph. I think that's, well, no, there's a longer one which demonstrates, right, well, that's the one I particularly want to show. That doesn't emphasize sufficiently that yes, doesn't emphasize that you're dropping down the hill and the existing access is actually around the corner. The proposed access is going to be absolutely opposite the existing bungalow, so I'm told, which actually is going to make it pretty dangerous. Because if you look, that's on an embankment, and even if you cut out the embankment and grade the land, it is still going to be very difficult for people to see. And we do get a tremendous amount of traffic. Only at the peak hours, I hasten to add, but if you also look at the narrowness of the road as well, there's the existing access, which is to the northern end of the site. So our concerns relate to the scale and bulk of the property. There was a reference also that bungalows would be inappropriate because there are no others or similar words in the area, but as Mrs. Shelley pointed out, Malt House at the top of the hill.
1 minute, John.
That's fine. Malt House at the top of the hill is a chalet bungalow, and where this hedges on the left, there are 2 bungalows there. So bungalows are a feature of that area, and the rest are semi-detached houses. I ask you to refuse it. We're not against the principle of development. It's the appropriateness of the development and the access which are of greatest concern. Thank you very much.
Stay there, John, for a second. Members, any questions to the ward councillor? I was going to ask, the AONB was mentioned by a visiting speaker. Are we in the AONB, on the edge of it? I mean, where's the AONB lie in respect to the site?
If you look at that map, on the left-hand side is the AONB, and on the right-hand side, you're out of it, believe it or not. The road is the dividing line.
So it's in the setting of the AONB. There are policies relying on the setting of the AONB.
It is certainly in the setting of the AONB. The whole of the way from the A339 down through Ramsdale and on to Borghurst, everything on the left-hand side is in the AONB, and everything on the right-hand side isn't.
Thank you very much.
That's the easiest way to describe it.
Taylor?
Thank you very much. As design is quite an important feature of our planning policies, and the ward councillor clearly didn't like the design of the previous applications. Could I ask if, size apart, if he is happy with the actual design of this particular house, please?
We have said that it's a distinct improvement on the previous ones because it is actually, although it's still a 5-bedroom house compared with a very small bungalow, it is considerably smaller than those previously proposed. I mean, this has been going on now for about 2 years. I mean, the design is, you could find it anywhere. I can't really comment. It's not my cup of tea, but, you know, it's in the eye of the beholder, isn't it? I don't think it particularly fits into the Ramsdale street scene, quite frankly. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, John. Questions to the officers? Paul.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, one thing that I think made an impact to several of us on the viewing day was the move of the access to the proposed property from the existing one, which is around the corner, back to exactly opposite the existing porch on the existing bungalow that's there. Now, when you move from the existing access back up to where it was indicated the new access would be, if you stood on the road, there's a 5 foot, at least a 5 foot embankment that has to be peeled back and splayed back to make anything like decent access to the property. I stood down on the road, and the view for me, you know, as a driver, is very, very limited.
Sorry, this was questions.
Questions to the officers. Have the officers examined that splay, which doesn't seem to appear on any of the plans that I can see in the report, and how much wider that is going to be along the frontage of the house?
Councillor, I have a plan here which does show the displays if you want to see it. I don't know.
Well, it could be put up.
Um,
Can be put up. Can we put it up on the
we're conscious that the embankment would have to be cut back to achieve the displays. The displays are determined from a speed survey that was carried out last year, so the correct visibility displays would be provided for the access.
I'm sorry, did you say a speed assessment? It's a 30-mile-an-hour zone.
I'm aware there's a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit. The applicant undertook a speed survey to determine what the actual traffic speeds were and designed visibility displays in accordance with those measured speeds.
And what was the actual speed?
28.3 miles per hour northbound, 30.9 miles per hour southbound.
the other Paul. Paul, can you switch your mic off?
Thank you, Chair. Nicola, can I ask, in terms of the officer report, thank you. In terms of the officer report on page 5 of 115, it says it's acknowledged that any replacement dwelling on the site would have a different visual impact when compared against the existing bungalow. Can you offer me the officer's justification for the scale and massing change and why that's justified in policy, set against what we've heard from both the objectors and the ward member?
I think it's been a process, given the previous proposals that have been before us for consideration, and taking into account the existing access, which is a bit substandard. So it's acknowledged that, obviously, and as stated in the officer's report, that there would be a visual change, whether or not there's a bungalow or a chalet bungalow. If anything comes in for a replacement dwelling with a new access in an improved, which you consider to be an improved position, and it is noted that the site is elevated and that, yes, it will have a different visual impact. And again, it is noted in my report that the loss of the existing hedgerow is regrettable, but that with suitable conditions being imposed, that can be mitigated against with an appropriate landscaping scheme. And that would obviously address the highway sight lines condition visibility requirements.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Nicola. I guess, appreciating what you said, that the one bit that I'm trying to get my head around is obviously a bungalow on the site in terms of an elevated view currently. We're now talking about the house in the shape and form as described, and it's that change in scale and massing I'm trying to understand, and the justification for the change of scale and massing of the property itself.
To clarify, I think in considering what the character of that immediate character of the area, and obviously having members viewed the site, you would note that when you're going up and down that part of Basingstoke Road, the view that you get of properties is of properties that are quite close to the road and that front, so they're linear and elongated along the road. So your view when going up and down is of a gable end of the property. So we felt that this scheme, compared to previous schemes, addressed that side-on look, and that with the elevations now proposed, showed the gable as the main feature with a subservient sort of two-storey rear element with the eave dormers. So that sort of reflected the character of the area, and that compared to previous schemes, this was more vernacular in its design and the use of obviously brick and tile, barn-hipped roofs, brick plinths, coins, stricken courses, anything like that, which the VDS supports. So it was nothing that, there was nothing as part of this proposal that seemed to be a reason for us to refuse it, and that it was an improvement on previous schemes.
Councillor Tucker?
Thank you. I'd just like to come back to the entrance, or the suggested revised entrance. When we were standing there looking out, we noticed a little box thing which we're told was possibly a gas, something to do with the gas. Sorry? Yes, the proposed, yeah. I doubted it. I'll be very surprised if it actually shows it on the map, because the applicant didn't even know it was there. I wondered to start with whether it was anything to do with septic tanks or something like that, and then somebody suggested that it might be gas, but it seemed to me exceedingly close to where it would be cut back on the bank, and I just wondered if this had been taken into account. You'd only see it when you're actually on the site, not...
Councillor, it's quite common for, when creating new accesses, to encounter utilities in the service margin at the edge of the road, and it would be for the applicant to contact the utilities and to deal with them and pay any fees to alter any of their plants.
Any other questions? Yes, Chris?
Thank you, Chair. Really, could the officers just read out, for my benefit, what the top line of text says on that drawing, please?
No further questions. I had a question just to clarify again about the access. I think I heard somebody say that the existing access is, looking at this diagram, probably north, and that the new access is in front of the house and therefore much closer to this boundary. Is that right, first? Just looking at the diagram, it looks therefore as if the existing access is on a straight bit of road and the new access is on a concave bend. Why is the new access preferable, or is it simply the occupant's choice? Is it preferable from a highway's point of view, or is it just the occupant's choice?
It's to achieve the sight lines within the land which is in the control of the applicant, so sensible place is put it towards the centre of the frontage.
Unless I misunderstood it, the whole of the land is in the control of the applicant, isn't it? Right. Yes, please.
Chair, just to explain, I think the issue is that if it was in the position to the north, then it would require the visibility display would go into land further to the north, which isn't in the applicant's control. So in the sense of the existing access wouldn't have that display. If you bring it to the middle, then the applicant has control of both sides of the access, so they can put the display on both sides.
So on the same subject then, do I read that with that red line which I had explained to me, and the comments just then, that this has greater visibility than the existing northerly entrance?
With the embankment being cut out as well to go with these new sight lines, yes, it would be an improved visibility.
And I'm sorry to just keep going on this, which must be tedious to everyone listening to it. The land not in the control of the applicant, does that mean highways land? Is that what we mean by not in the control of the applicant?
The sight lines are 2.4 by 44 and 39. Typically in a rural location, the service margins, the edge of the carriageway can vary in width. It could be 2 meters wide, it could be less. So not all that sight line may be in the highway, it might be in adjacent landowner's control.
Thank you very much. Open to discussion, members? Councillor.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm sorry, but I can't agree with some of the comments being made by the officers. That splay, bearing in mind the scale of what we're being presented with here, is not nearly adequate enough. I look at it from my point of view, as most of us could, as being a driver trying to leave that particular property in that particular area. And that's the first time I've seen anything of how far the splay would go back. I said that bank was high. That bank would have to go back one heck of a way, much to greater distance alongside the road than what it is, well, from what I can determine there. Also, the gradient that it would have to go up towards the house, and I believe there's a double garage to the north of the property, proposed property, and to drive in on the road safely and then have a curve round to the left to get to those garages would take up most of the land in front of that house. Walking the ground, that's a distinct impression. Bearing in mind, we were told that the proposed property would be on the same footprint as the existing one. I think the parish council made a very good point, no, not a very good point, an excellent point, when they said to create suitable parking for anything involved in the construction of this property off the road. That road cannot take anything parked along it. One of your photographs described it properly, when there was a van parked up the road. There's barely enough room for traffic to go around that van. So it's essential that I would suggest it's probably to the north of the property using the extant entrance, that should be properly graded for the acceptance of any vehicle that comes along there, and Travis Perkins vehicles are big, especially with the crane on the back to load up any kind of building materials. It's a visibility of that splay that's one concern of mine. The other concern is yes, I see that there's a building there already, but I think the plans, and especially again from the photograph going going south, shows the current property, but to try and imagine the bulk of what is proposed in the report here would double the height of that particular property you see on the slides now. And it is not in accordance, it is not sympathetic to the other properties on the road. I couldn't see that at all as we drove up there. And then trying to imagine, when we had a good look at these plans, for a big 5-bedroom house, it's totally out of character. And I support the comments made by the ward councillor and by the parish council that a bungalow or a chalet bungalow would be much more appropriate. The bulk of this particular design is too much, not for, I'm not arguing about rural, but for this particular village location. And I'll leave it there, because to argue that I heard the applicant's agent mention everything about the conservation area and nothing about how it fits into the village. He mentioned the conservation area. yes, we have to take that into account. He never once mentioned how this fits into the village, and I consider it doesn't. I will not be supporting this application. Thank you, Chair.
While that picture's up, I'm sorry to do this, but could I ask a question again? The visibility line that we just saw on the other diagram appears to come across, if you like, from the entrance, which would be presumably behind that or somewhere near that telegraph pole, come across both ways. And I just wanted to check that we have absolutely assured ourselves that enough of the whole of the banking will be removed so as to allow visibility along that line, which I think may be the point that Councillor Miller's making, and the picture paints its own picture, if you don't mind my saying so. So can we just check that that's the case? A lot of earth and so forth is going to be moved out of the way along those visibility lines. Is that part of the plan?
That will have to be achieved, yes. To achieve those visibility displays, the embankment's going to have to be removed, and the plan condition requires that none of the land within the displays is above 600 millimetres above the carriageway level.
Yep.
And Chair, just to add to that, in terms of the conditions, and picking up the points Councillor Miller made, there are conditions which require the details of the construction of the access, including the visibility displays, which is condition 9. Condition 11 effectively requires that they are thereafter maintained and you don't have anything growing within those or any further structures within those so after the works are done. And in addition to that, in terms of the concerns about the construction, there is condition 8, which requires details of a construction method statement, which includes the requirement for parking and turning of vehicles and site operatives. So from that point of view, the highways officer and officers are satisfied that those issues could be resolved, notwithstanding the fact that there are obviously works that are required to achieve that.
Thank you. Any more discussion? No? Somebody like to move something? Councillor Miller?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move that we refuse this application on the grounds of the bulk of this building, or the proposed building, is not in keeping with the local area, with the village area. If we can get no more about the access splay, and I'm sure about the construction statement, yes, that's usual in most of these applications, but it's primarily the bulk, and a chalet bungalow or a bungalow as described by the parish council, I don't know how you want to word this into the motion, is much more appropriate than this 2-story 5-bedroom house. It's mainly on the bulk of the design is what I'd like to move that for refusal.
Councillor Mrs. Tucker seconded that. We need to just discuss reasons before members are asked to vote, so that members know exactly what they're voting for, as we now normally do. Councillor Taylor?
I wasn't on the viewing, but could I just clarify something? I believe the councillor said that it was going to be double the height. I'm quite sure that's not right. I believe it's only going to be 2.2 metres higher than it is there. So I just want to visualise it correctly. As far as the highway matters are concerned, I can't see that we can sustain a refusal on those grounds. We've got clear assurances from highways that it's okay. And so we really are, I think this is what my colleague said, that we are just now looking at bulk and character, and that the bulk is considerably less now than it was on previous applications, and that the ridge height is only 2.2 metres higher than it is currently. And I believe that one of the speakers said that it is now on a level with the houses opposite. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes, that's correct.
Councillor Harvey?
Thank you, Chair. Appreciating what the parish has said and appreciating what the ward member and objector has said, the bit that I'm struggling with in any way, shape or form to refuse the application is that an argument on bulk and scale could be sustained, and that if the condition, and this is the big if, and this is, I guess, appreciating what the officers have said, if the condition applied to the displays and to the access can be tight enough such that the concerns that have been raised are addressed, then it addresses them. The only issue I've had in examples of this previously being where retrospective action has had to be taken because either of the steepness of the drive and the splays not being enough once they're all in, and mitigations such as mirrors and other absolutely put across the road, in other words, to see and create the splay that was otherwise not. So again, I guess the question to the officers to reassure in the debate is, if you feel the condition is strong enough, yes, but if you have any doubt, then members need to understand that, because that is reason to consider the refusal, as Councillor Miller has rightly said.
Hopefully just to assure councillors, in terms of recommending conditions, that would only be once having visited the site, understood the physical characteristics of the site, so the gradients, etc. Highways officers are satisfied on that basis that the conditions can be applied. If they were not satisfied that that was the situation, they would recommend refusal instead. So that thought process has gone through in terms of, is there an issue, yes or no? If there is, can it be overcome by condition? Are we confident of that, yes or no? If the answer is no, refuse. If the answer is yes, recommend approval with conditions. So,
If we could have the photograph back that was just on for a second before we vote. That's the one. I asked a question about the context of the AONB, and clearly if the AONB comes to this yellow line approximately, or middle of the road or somewhere, we are in the setting of the AONB, and the answers about the splay and the visibility line raise a question in my mind that this close to this most obviously in the context of the AONB, clearing all that land to provide the visibility for access to the site is going to have quite a dramatic impact on the look and feel of quite a long stretch of this lane. And if I'd known, if we'd looked at the context of the AMB in terms of getting the report recommendation together, I would have been looking to have, as part of the application, a clear statement of exactly how that visibility line is going to be created. Because I don't, it could be created, for example, by having a wall along the whole of that length, clearly meeting the requirement and preventing any ingress of new vegetation and so forth. But from a local rural perspective, what you want is the vegetation. What you don't want is a big long wall or revetments or any. And it's difficult to see how you're going to create that without removing a lot of earth backwards and still retaining green. And it would seem the obvious way to do it is to wall it. So I think I'd have a concern, not just that it can be achieved. It clearly can be achieved because you move a lot of earth and you've achieved it. But my concern is how it's achieved and what the impact is on the line. One of the speakers clearly spoke to us about the views into and across the AONB. And if your view into across the AONB is important at this point, you don't want to spoil it by having an entirely artificial thing on this rather soft and verdant country lane. Officers care to comment on whether that's a valid way of looking at it?
I just thought that picture might be more relevant to see in the context as obviously the closeness of the houses opposite compared to that other previous photograph. And the sense of, I can appreciate concerns about the regrading and the visibility splay, but given the imposition of an appropriate landscaping condition, which is condition 5, together with condition 11, which will ensure that no visibility would grow above 0.6 metres of the carriageway, that any suitable replacement hedgerow that would be secured, so it would still soften that front appearance of the site.
Thank you. It's been proposed and seconded for refusal. Those in favour of refusal? 4. Those against? It's 5 for refusal, was it? And 4 for approval, if I'm counting correctly. Or 3? Sorry, put your hands up again, please. Yeah, let's do it again. There's dispute here. Those in favour of refusal? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those against? 4. That's refused. And the reasons: character, bulk, visual impact in the setting of the AONB, and street scene, etc. Well, officers will work that out, and we'll review that in the review of the before the minutes are published and the decision is published. We move to item 2. I have Mr. Cooper. I'm expecting to hear from. Is Mr. Cooper here? If you'd like to come forward, sir. And I think we decided the first seat on your right as you come down the steps or to the steps. And we'll ask officers to present the report.
This is retrospective planning application for the alteration of a dwelling type for a detached dwelling within a recent cul-de-sac of development at 5 Stanley Close in Borghurst. There's nothing to add to the update, and the recommendation is for approval subject to conditions on the order paper.
You have 4 minutes, sir.
Good evening. I believe the officer's report fails to detail correctly our concerns with this retrospective application. The officer's report states that the ridge height has not been altered. It also states it to be 7.6 metres in height. If this was correct, then the relative height of the ridges between 5 Stanley Close and 4 Stanley Close, which is supposed to have a ridge height of 8.2 metres, would show a greater difference than is the case. 3 and 4 Stanley Close, the pair of semis, are supposed to have a height of 8.5 metres, with 1 Stanley Close approximating 7.5. 1 and 5 Stanley Close, the unit in question, are supposed to have ridge heights of approximately the same. If anyone cares to take the time to view the site, they will see this is not the case. It should be further noted that the original drawings on the original planning application show the western elevation of number 5 as having a ridge height of 8.2 metres, whilst the other 3 elevations show a height of 7.6 metres. If one is minded to accept the observations, the relative differences between the ridges that can be seen would look to be in balance, but that was not what was agreed in the original planning consent, as confirmed by the dimension given by your officer at 7.6. 5 Stanley Close actually has a visible ridge height commensurate with number 2, 3 and 4 Stanley Close. So there must in fact be an issue relating to the ridge height that is not being addressed. That being the case, I would, we believe, also call into question the opinion of the officer in respects to there being no greater adverse effect on our amenity, overshadowing or loss of light than the original development would have occasioned. The application seems only to try to deal with the willful change in the building detail of the raised plate and increase this aspect of the roof's causes. However, the increase in the ridge height and the subsequent increase in the roof mass of the adjoining unit, number 4, also acts to dominate the original buildings fronting Shyshack Lane. It is our opinion not in keeping with the original proposed development, and we would ask that this amendment be refused. We would first, however, ask that the councillors take the opportunity that exists for them to view the site so that the accuracy of what we are claiming can be confirmed as correct. They then may also see the other material changes that are being ignored. If, however, the committee are minded to ignore this request of you and seek to approve the application, can you give any better assurance that the supposed written conditions that the officer has suggested will in fact be adhered to?
You have 1 minute, sir.
As to date, the original landscaping conditions have not been enforced. Thank you for the opportunity to have spoken.
Thank you. If you'd like to press your big black button, but just stay there a moment. Do members have any questions for this resident? No? Thank you very much, sir. Mike, do you want to speak before or after questions to officers? Speak.
Yes, speak, please. Thank you, Chair. I'm somewhat mystified by all of this. This development itself was somewhat controversial within Shyshack Lane, and an appeal inspector was critical that an earlier approved scheme hadn't been referred to the Health and Safety Executive because of its relation to the AWE. Now, bearing this in mind, I would have thought that the developers would have endeavoured to tread lightly and to do things by the book. Unfortunately, during the build, there were a lot of complaints locally, and I seem to remember enforcement had to intervene. And now we have this instance of the developers not building to plan. Now, it's not the fault of the resident, of course, but it is a fault of the developers, if that is so. And bearing in mind what Mr. Cooper has said, I think that we do need to have a site visit to look at what Mr. Cooper was actually referring to, because I don't think the report can sum it up in terms of the committee. And I would ask for it to be deferred and for us to actually have a site visit.
Chairman, I'd like to second that.
We're sorry. Just you're moving that we defer it, pending a site visit, and that's been seconded by Councillor Leeks. Yes. Well, before we put that to a vote, can we understand why a site visit wasn't requested in the first place?
I didn't actually pick it up at the time that the application came forward, Chair.
Well, we'll vote on that. I just would remind all councillors that we have a process for asking for a site visit, and it's really rather unfair on the applicant and anybody else who turns up to speak at this committee, even if they, in this case, ask for it to be deferred and we agree with them. If we defer an application simply because members have not asked for a site visit and then ask for one. So I think people will accept that that's the case. Councillor Leeks.
Chairman, I agree with you, but some years ago we did site visits after the application came here, and at the time the chairman said this would not stop members from asking for a site visit. It would be preferable to ask for a site visit before the meeting. So therefore I totally agree it would have been preferable. It hasn't been picked up, and I'm happy to second it.
Fine. I'll just make the point. What happened years ago, lots of things have changed since then, one of which is that the council would be penalised for the average time we take on applications. And this means that this application is going to be late, and therefore it counts against the council, and we may lose control of the planning process. So it's not idly that I make the point that the site visit should be requested before. Officers have any comment on that before we vote? Those in favour of deferral? That's carried. Ask the site visit is organised as prior to the next meeting. Yep. Doesn't mean we've caught up a certain amount of time. That's not congratulations, Mike, just in case you thought it might be. We move on to item 3, Mulberry House, and I'm expecting to hear from Mr. Bradbury. If you'd like to come forward, sir. sit on the right there as you look at it while officers present. Just a moment, officers will present the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This application relates to extensions and alterations to an existing single-storey lodge building which benefits from a certificate of lawful use for use as an independent residential dwelling. The application is recommended for approval by officers. It's considered that the scale and the bulk of the extension is appropriate and would not harm the landscape character of the area. There is no update other than the notes of the viewing panel on your update paper from Friday's viewing. Thank you.
You have what, 4 minutes, sir?
I'm speaking on behalf of local residents who oppose this application. The entrance to Mulberry House is on a public footpath. This is an important footpath as many of the local community in Bulkhurst use it for recreational walks into the woods and countryside. The footpath runs off Inhurst Lane, and it is the first point where the countryside begins and the landscape changes from the more suburban roads around Bulkhurst and Heath End. This proposal would result in a quiet, rural footpath becoming suburban in nature. The proposed extension of Mulberry House will form a very large house with 4 bedrooms and a dressing room. Whilst no figures have been given, we estimate it would be 3 times larger than the current house. It will substantially increase the size, scale and character of the existing modest dwelling. A very similar application was refused in April 2011, and the appeal was also refused in September 2011. This application is for a slightly smaller building, but it is still a massive increase in scale and totally out of character with the setting. So this application fails to address the fundamental issues given by the judge in the appeal report. The applicant has stated he wants his adult disabled son to live independently. The applicant could easily adapt Mulberry House for disabled purposes in a more modest way without substantially changing the scale and character of the house. Whilst we are sympathetic to the needs of his disabled young man, a young disabled adult does not need a very large house with 4 or 5 bedrooms. Please take note of the reasons why a similar application was refused on appeal just 18 months ago, and refuse this application on the same grounds. It will substantially increase the size and alter the character of the existing dwelling to the detriment of the rural setting. Thank you.
For the record, and for everyone's information, the matter of the reasons why somebody wants a development, for example, a member of the family to be accommodated, regardless of disability or anything like that, is not material in planning terms, and therefore you should ignore that aspect of it. The reasons why somebody wants to build a house or wants a house to be a particular design and shape is not a material consideration and is not a factor before the committee. And that's not to say there's no sympathy, as the visiting resident said. Everyone has every sympathy with people who need help in living, but it isn't, for good or ill, it is not a matter for this committee to consider. We have a statement from the ward councillor who isn't able to be here. He's out of the country, and I've agreed that the statement can be read. Oh, I'm sorry, before that, we've got Mr. Lassiter and or Mr. Hartley. I beg your pardon. And one of you is clearly not Mr. Lassiter or Mr. Harvey. So for Mrs. Hartley, it's just so that the record gets you right, and we don't want you to always appear as if you were Mr. Hartley. Nothing against him, of course. You have 4 minutes between you.
I would like to address the clearly misleading statements made by the 4 objection letters received on this application. My family and I do not live in Bury Grange and have not done so for over a year. We are intending to build the extension to Mulberry House, which we currently live in. It is far more appropriate in design and amenity for the future needs of our family and our disabled son. We intend to remain in residence as a family with our 2 sons. We are very concerned by the shameful comments from some objectors suggesting we are using the disability of our son to gain sympathy. And suggesting where we should live is frankly unbelievable. We do not tell them where they should live. Objectors, Parish Council. This is not an additional dwelling, it's extending the current property. Mulberry House has planning approval as an independent dwelling with its own garden, of which we pay its own council tax. This is much smaller than any previous applications, now only 3 bedrooms plus 1 disabled. We have taken out the garage and tractor store. Does the Parish Council not understand the revised plans we submitted? The council does not know my youngest son, who is disabled, and do not know what his needs are. How can they comment? Objections from Mr. and Mrs. Maltby and their housekeeper and Mr. Bradbury. I feel this is an attack on a personal level. Mr. and Mrs. Maltby live a considerable distance from our property and cannot see us from their house, and so the same with Mr. Bradbury. I feel this has become personal. We have never attacked either of these characters or reported them to the council for things they have been doing. An example, doing riding for the disabled without planning. Funny that, considering what they have been saying about our son, telling us what he needs and where he should live. Who do these people think they are? We do not say where they should be living. I find this very hypocritical. The Maltbys have a dwelling on their property for their housekeeper without planning, who incidentally typed an objection letter. Obviously, this is irrelevant to this application, but this is the type of neighbours we are dealing with. By the comments recently made, the objectors have obviously not looked at the revised plans, whereby the old run-down buildings will be removed, a smaller extension to Mulberry House, no independent garage block, and a far better outlook would be seen. There are very limited views into Mulberry House and can only be partially seen if the gates are open. The gravel drive, which has been used and maintained by us for many years, is about 150 metres from Inhurst Lane, so there is no impact from the road. I'd just like to add as well that the footpath, obviously we use that drive all the time, so there's no difference there. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to add a few things, and apologies for those who heard what I said at the viewing, but it's worth noting that this started as an application for a replacement dwelling under policy D6, and that was a very different scheme to the one you have before you. The inspector considered that property was much too large and too grand, with a complicated roof form and a ridge height that would be a metre higher than Bury Grange. That necessitated a rethink, so Mr. and Mrs. Hartley now propose a much simpler design, a much smaller dwelling with a ridge height 0.8 of a metre lower than Bury Grange. However, Mr. and Mrs. Hartley are mindful that their disabled son Joshua will require ground floor living accommodation. An application for an annex in a year or 2 may have been uncontroversial.
Would you finish within a sentence or 2?
I can. The existing property has a high specification, so rather than demolish that, it was decided to put forward a scheme that retained the existing building to provide wheelchair-friendly accommodation for Josh. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have questions to the visiting applicants, please. Councillor Leeks.
Seeing, have we got the site plan of where it is in relation to the red and the blue bit? That's the fine thing. You mentioned there were 2 objections from 2 people who don't live nearby. Can you just point? More difficult, isn't it?
August houses.
Yeah.
Right at the top there.
Yeah.
That's Mr. and Mrs. Maltby and their housekeeper.
Yeah.
Top of that.
And the other one?
Yeah, it's right at the top.
Oh, what, the other one?
You can see right at the top in the left.
I can see August House,
Yes,
but the other person you
The
mentioned.
other objection is Mr. Bradbury, who lives the other side of Berry Grange on the road, so he can't see at all.
Chairman, can I just ask? Can
Yes.
you put it on there, please? Just put across.
That's Mr.
Just to point out while that's going on, that where an objector lives is not material to.
Well, I think it is, Chairman, otherwise I wouldn't have asked.
Well, what's material is whether their objection is material in planning grounds, not whether they like it or don't like it. Just so that we don't spend too long on something which is not material.
Chairman, I've also known other people object who've lived out of county, up north, and I find that absolutely amazing. But anyway, I do find this, I need to know where they live, and I do find that it helps, because if they live miles and miles away, well,
My aim was to not spend too long on it rather than have an explanation.
take this offline then.
Are there any other questions for the applicants? I had one just to clarify, because I got slightly confused about the way the names of things are changing. What we're now calling Mulberry House is on the main layout diagram. You've got the main layout diagram there. Site plan. Yes? The dwelling we're talking about is the one next to Berry Grange, or is that a garage, or it's the one on the right? Which one is it? Just so I can make sure I'm... Can you point to it, officers, please?
Yes, it's next to Berry Grange, yes, where your pen is. That's Mulberry House.
Right, and the last planning application we looked at here was Berry Grange, am I right?
No,
No.
no. Berry Grange is next door.
Right.
That's still there.
And you live in the present building, which
We
is
live
called
in Mulberry House, yes, we do, with
Thank
our
you.
children, yes.
Just wanted to be clear. And I know nobody else might know that, so. Any other questions to the applicants, please? No, thank you. We'll hear a statement from the ward member.
I'll time myself. I'm sorry I'm unable to present the concerns raised by residents and the parish council regarding the above application. I will not repeat what they have said, because you will have already noted the issues raised by them within the report and correspondence. They appear particularly concerned that the existing modest timber building, which, to quote them, has by a process of planning by stealth evolved from that of a storage shed to an unauthorized dwelling to a lawful dwelling, even if its name has evolved from probably that of a shed to Berry Lodge and more recently to Mulberry House. I consider that this current proposal is far too big and will grossly harm the character of the landscape and the rural setting. I have referred back to Inspector's Report BDB 73826, where the inspector describes the character of the site to be that of a small cluster of agricultural-type buildings set in a wider area of mostly farmland and woodland with some scattered housing. The inspector particularly notes that the simple design of the small existing dwelling, formerly the lodge, the way in which it recedes into the rural setting and appears as one of the group of agricultural buildings. Such a scene is typical of the countryside. Compare this description with the street scene drawing submitted with the application, and the description of scattered dwellings is completely eradicated. The proposal will bring about an urbanizing character on the setting. As with other proposals for the replacement of this simple dwelling, this proposal will still bring about the replacement of a simple annex-style building with a grand-style, 5-bedroomed house, which will compete with Berry Lodge, the original host dwelling. The Borkhurst Village Design Statement, which has been adopted as supplementary planning guide by the Council, states on page 9, public footpaths and bridleways form an important part of the parish character and an important immediate amenity. They merit serious effort to ensure their conservation. Careful consideration should be given to the impact of new development on the views from public rights of way, particularly with regard to the height, bulk, design, color, boundary and landscaping of new development, which should aim to blend into the aspects of Borkhurst countryside character and surroundings. In order to maintain the countryside and rural character of the parish, important public views and open spaces should be respected. Developers, designers and landowners should consider that for those living in Borkhurst, views will change from season to season. Even the growing, trimming or removal of hedges or boundary walls and fences can have a dramatic effect. depending on circumstances, these dramatic effects can enhance or harm the character of Balkhurst. Careful consideration regarding countryside views should be given when placing buildings, structures or activities. I believe that officers have not given due weight to the inspector recently dismissed appeal for a similar large dwelling. I would ask that you consider refusing this application because it will significantly harm the landscape character and scenic quality of the area, will harm the special street character of sporadic dwellings in large individual plots. Due to scale and bulk, the proposed development, it will compete with the neighbour dwelling, Berry Grange. Due to the proposed development's close proximity to the near public right-of-way and the proposal for the change of use from agricultural to domestic use, significant harm will be caused to the amenity of the public right-of-way. Once again, I apologise I am unable to attend the committee this evening and ask that you forward this to your substitute.
Very good timing. Mike, do you wish to speak as ward councillor? Right, thank you.
I'm speaking here as a ward councillor and not as a member of the committee, as I don't feel that anything that will be said in debate this evening would change my opinion that the application should be refused, and therefore I could be said to have predetermined the application. What's in front of you is not dissimilar to application BDB 73826 that was rejected on appeal in 2011. Its bulk and scale is smaller. The design is not so grandiose, but it will still be a massive increase in bulk and scale over what now exists. The appeal inspector's judgment said the proposed development would significantly increase the scale and alter the character of the existing dwelling to the visual detriment of its rural setting. The proposal would fail to reinforce the attractive qualities of local distinctiveness and be sympathetic to the landscape character and quality of the area. That equally well applies here. This application retains the present building, albeit with alterations, with a large new build of totally different design attached to it. This clearly conflicts with Save Policy E1, which states that extensions should respect the host building. The Design and Sustainability SPD that expands on Policy E1 requires that an extension be proportionate in scale, subservient in shape, and should replicate the design and style of the existing. Can that be said of this application? Also, to allow the host building, or the annex analogy, to be maintained, you have to accept the host building as the main building and the original building as the annex. As can be seen on the site plan that shows the roof area, it doesn't look very much different to nearby Berry Grange, which is also in the ownership of the applicants, and will mean a 300% increase in floor area over what already exists. The applicant, in my opinion, is endeavouring to piggyback in a much larger dwelling on the back of what is already there. The officer report talks about Inhurst Lane being dominated by rural landscape with scattered residential properties, agricultural fields and blocks of woodland. The inspector in 2011 commented that the building would have a domesticating effect upon the existing rural character and appearance of the site. From the footpath, views of an informal agricultural and rather ramshackle site will be replaced by a large house. The visual impact of this will be to extend the existing residential development at Unicorn House and Berry Grange further into the countryside. In my, that is the inspector, judgment, it will be a harmful form of development that will conflict with national and local planning policies aimed at restricting residential development. Those comments are applicable as well. The urbanising effect has unfortunately already begun with the erection of a great deal of visually intrusive fencing around the site. The new proposal, in comparison with the previous proposals, sets the dwelling further back on the site, but it will still be a large house that will be viewed from the right of way, whereas the view of the present building is far more compatible with its surroundings. Obviously, some of the outbuildings might be described as being past their sell-by date, but to try to say that the removal of a few ramshackle outbuildings will mitigate the erection of a large new build in the countryside is hugely over-egging the pudding. Added to this, the application also asks you to agree to a change of use of a parcel of land from agricultural to garden to accommodate the proposal. If you look back to page 27-28 of the report, you will find a lot of planning history that reflects on the proposal in front of you. Some of it has been to do with improving the accommodation of Berry Grange, but latter history is much more to do with the slow,
1 minute,
incremental development of this site. I would ask that you reject this proposal. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Do you want to just stay there in case members have any questions for you? No, they don't. Right. Are you staying in or are you just leaving us? What are you going to do? Go and sit somewhere so that we don't inadvertently count you. Right. Questions to officers? No? Discussion? It's gone very quiet. Councillor Harvey? And then Councillor Miller. We do it that way round, and then Councillor Tucker.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, listening to what's been said, listening to the ward members and the statement that's been made, the question I'm asking myself in my mind is how different is this proposal in shape, form from the planning inspector's decision in 2011, really? Is this fundamentally different, and is it giving us reason to consider it? I'm only thinking of the planning reasons. I'm putting everything else that's been said to one side because all the rest of it is utterly irrelevant. We can only judge this on the planning that's been in front of us. With all due respect to what's been said, that's what we have to come to a judgment on. So on that basis, my balance of judgment is that I don't see how it is considerably different to the judgment of the inspector in 2011. And on that basis, I would be minded to agree with the refusal. I'd like to hear what other members have got to say on it before moving anything, Chair, but nonetheless, those three key reasons given by the inspector do stand in the context of what we've heard this evening, and I'm not yet persuaded that they don't.
Thank you, Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. It's kind of curious. If we use, okay, maybe I'm stepping out of the planning regime, but an annex to an existing building tends to be smaller than the existing building. And I find a bit of double talk, if that's the best way to put it, right at the start here. Alteration and extension of existing dwelling to create one dwelling with an ancillary blah, 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 change of use. But we seem to be, the proposal should be for a 4-bedroom house and change the use of the existing lodge. I'm tripping over the names of these things at the moment. The existing dwelling place and change the name of that into an annex. We're doing this backwards. I just cannot get my head around how this has been approached by the planning, by the officers, by the applicant. I don't know who it was, but everything seems to be backwards. To have in page 33 of 115, going back to the refusal of the previous inspector, this 300% increase in floor area. I raised the question with the officer we went on viewing on another application that we're due to hear a little later. And how much can you increase proportionately an existing dwelling by another one? This indicates that this is a typical application. Well, it doesn't matter what size. You can have a 50 square meter building and extend it to 500 square meters because there's no limit in this proportionality about how big it goes. And that's why the inspector turned it down. It's quite simple. So I think the basic principle, I certainly agree with Councillor Harvey, that there's no difference to this to the previous rejection by the inspector. Also, the public right of way, when you approach the site, and again, this is the value of viewing panels. You go out there and you turn the corner, and we said, where's the existing building? And it was tucked in nicely. It fits into the view of the countryside perfectly. It's blended in. And we said, and this view that we saw over the countryside, they're going to have this massive house, completely wipes out the whole concept of a rural environment. It will urbanize it, no question. I also noticed that there's an informative to the applicant, presumably, about securing permission to use the right-of-way, presumably for access if this thing was ever completed, and B, for all the construction vehicles. We're back to that again. Now, if it's an informative, it's not a condition. If it has to be an informative, fine. I don't think that's strong enough, especially in this particular area, because construction vehicles are going to deny that particular lane as a right-of-way. It's quite simple. It's going to be dangerous for people walking down it, riding horses down it, whatever, because that is what it is, a right-of-way in the countryside. I suppose I should have asked the officers, but I feel that that should be a condition on the applicant if this ever gets permitted. But I'm not supportive of this application at all. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Tucker.
The problem with speaking third is that the first two people say exactly what you want to say yourself. I just cannot understand how you can have an extension that is so enormous to the tiny little building that's already there. I mean, the host dwelling, respect of, it just does not make sense. And I have to say, where Councillor Harvey has mentioned, it seems we do need to check that the reasons for refusal would be exactly the same as the previous ones that the inspector put.
Any other speakers? Somebody going to move something?
Chair, I'd like to move refusal. Sorry. I defer to Councillor Mr. I'll move refusal on the grounds of the refusal by the inspector. If that fits into this, I don't know if plagiarism is permitted, but it's bulk, it's an invasion of countryside, it's not in keeping. Perhaps the officers can help with a few words here. I want to get it right. Okay.
I mean, what I'm hearing is that in general terms, is that based upon the inspector's earlier decision, this does not sufficiently change any of the characteristics or modify or mitigate any of the characteristics that the inspector found wanting in the earlier application. It may be smaller, but it's big. It may not be grandiose, but it's grand, because grandiose is pejorative, and maybe the inspector was an architect or something. Us non-architects can't be pejorative like that. But if you actually looking at the colour illustrations, which we didn't have in our pack, reinforces my perspective that this is indeed quite grand, jolly nice, but maybe the wrong thing in the wrong place. But the other characteristic here is, and I think it's a semantic thing, that the officers have seen this as an extension on an existing building. But in plain language, that doesn't make any sense at all, because it totally swamps the existing building. The existing building sort of attaches to it, so it's the other way around. Whether that has any material effect, I've no idea, but I think if it was put forward as an application for a dwelling that incorporated existing parts of the building on the site, it would be a more accurate description. So I think officers have probably caught those things. Has anybody got any other? Yes, Chris.
Chair, was only really the reasons for approval. Condition 1, proposed development would preserve the landscape character. I think it is exactly the opposite, and we could use that as a wording as well. Thank you.
What is interesting is that normally when we look at replacement dwellings in the countryside, we're looking for something which is not dramatically bigger than the existing dwelling. I'm not speaking in planning ease, and this clearly is not that. So it's been moved and seconded for refusal. Those in favour of refusal? That's carried. Officers, do you think you've sufficiently captured what was said? Officers will, of course, need to specify conditions just in case this was appealed and overturned at appeal.
Chair, just to raise one point, I think listening to the debate, it's clearly the issues of impact on landscape character of the area, the design being too grand in some ways, but also picking up on the specifics of this application, which is perhaps slightly different to the previous, which is the extension element being the dominating part of the original as well.
Thank you, Chair. This is an application site that lies to the rear of numbers 31 to 37 and 42 to 43 Farriers Close. The site's currently a landscaping area. It's owned by the Borough Council. The land to the immediate south is owned by the Stratford Say estate. The application proposes to enclose that land within the rear gardens of those properties, presumably bounded by some form of fencing, and to encompass that land within the residential use of those properties as listed. The proposal is recommended for refusal by officers on the basis of the lack of justification submitted, the loss of this land, which makes the valuable contribution to the landscape character and general amenity of Lane End in Bramley, and concerns over the lack of a tree survey being submitted to enable appropriate assessment of this application. There's no update other than the notes on the viewing panel from Friday's visit. Thank you.
You have 4 minutes, sir.
Good evening. Yes, just in response to that, to the refusal, I wanted to put forward a couple of points on behalf of the residents of the properties concerned. The first one, obviously mentioned there with regard to the lack of tree survey. It is true that a tree survey wasn't carried out. However, the area of land that we're talking about prior to the development was in fact a agricultural land. It was a field. The area of land where we've applied for planning permission represents the appeasement strip, if you like, and is therefore butted up against what was the boundary of that field. So it effectively represents two sets of boundaries to Farriers Close, and between Farriers Close and Lane End. Excuse me. What I would refer to is, whilst no tree survey was carried out, there was in fact a planting survey that was put forward under BDB 44034 by the original developers, which unfortunately have gone bust. This indicated that there were 6 separate species of shrubbery that were to be planted in that area and where they were to be planted. Subsequently, because of the problems with regard to shading and the lack of sunlight in there, there's only actually 4 remaining of those species. Page 48 of 115, it refers to the residential garden boundaries would be extended up to the boundary of the conservation area, which would obviously have an adverse impact on the character or setting of the conservation area. What I would say is that from the committee members' visit, you would have seen that there's quite a substantial ditch running all the way along pretty much the bottom part of that red, the red area that is indicated on the map. So by necessity, it would require a stepping back of the fencing that would become the rear boundaries of the garden. So it actually, there is whilst at the moment some 7 or 8 metres of land which is owned by Sherfield Estate, which would effectively become the new appeasement bund, if you like, it would actually be more than that, because the fences would not be able to be erected within that ditch. You also remember, because of the adverse weather, it was completely underwater, which again would be a consideration when erecting the housing, erecting the fencing. I'm sorry. The third point I'd like to make is regard to the shading. Now, the residents of the property, unfortunately, even after putting some pressure on the council to come and maintain this area of land, there has been no maintenance. This is primarily because the council teams can't get access to it because of the Sherfield strip and the mature trees. They have come once, and they had to access this land as the committee members did when they came through my property and out through my garden to get in and cut some of this shrubbery back. The problem is that the shrubbery is sort of, it should have been coppiced at some point earlier on, and this would have stopped it growing in height and allowed it to grow outwards, if you like. That hasn't happened, and as a result, it's competed for light, and this represents a solid green border above all of our fences that's some 25 feet, 30 feet high. Now, you wouldn't have seen that in the visit because
you have 1 minute, sir.
Because obviously of the time of year. But if you'd have come in the summertime, you would have seen that actually the first sort of 10 or 12 feet of that is just shaded because there's no sunlight can penetrate, therefore nothing grows. And this then, I would refer back to some of the comments that were made in the refusal, where it says about, you know, it is possible for us to apply for these trees to be cut back, but by cutting them back, you would effectively kill all the shrubbery in there anyway. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Members have any questions? Paul?
Can I just ask you, in terms of the area, is this more about the maintenance of that area and its lack of upkeep over the years that are causing you and your fellow residents grief and problems, rather than simply acquiring more garden in the context of the proposal? What is the real issue here?
I would suggest it is exactly that. The problems that we have is a very boggy area. I mean, during September, I took a photograph actually, and after 2 o'clock there is no sunlight falls on any part of the garden. Furthermore, further into the winter, actual fact that the sunlight blocks out our kitchen, our living room, and you can see the waving shadows of the now leafless branches in the hallway of the houses. So it's primarily about getting that to the point where it's, you know, we're not having to deal with this shaded area and this boggy area that makes the lawns effectively unusable, with an added benefit of extending the garden as well. But it is the primary reason is that.
So in terms of the comments in the officer's report regarding biodiversity and regarding all the other wildlife and environmental issues, were you to have a proper management plan for this area, in essence there wouldn't be a need for you to make the application because the land would be managed and your issues would be addressed, surely?
Yes, they would be addressed in as far as the impact that it has. I would say, from a biodiversity point of view, there are a number of domesticated cats in the area, and they use that as a motorway. So one can take your own idea as to whether or not there's much biodiversity in there. But yeah, I mean, clearly the residents have expressed the interest in extending their gardens, as well as, in our opinion, this kills two birds with one stone.
Any other questions? Mike?
Yeah, just briefly, if you take your gardens, but let's say that you were granted this piece of ground, the actual, which is owned by Sherfield Estates, would that not then shade the bottom of your garden? So wouldn't you get an extra bit of garden, which will be shaded then by Englefield Estates?
No, because currently the shading is a very dense sort of hazel tree type leaf, if you like, that interconnects very, very densely and effectively causes a complete screen, and it's very close to the house. Now, the mature trees that are in the Stratfield Estate part of the land are much further back, so you don't get the same issue with regard to the angle of the sunlight coming through.
Any more questions? Thank you very much, sir. Questions? Do we have a ward member? Yeah. Chris, do you want to talk to us as a ward member?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Well, I've asked this to come to this committee for sort of resolution because, on the one hand, it's quite, well, land grabbing or taking land. We often get this done, and then we're faced with retrospective planning. And in this case, this is an upfront, proactive group of neighbours who've actually legitimately want to address what they believe is an issue. As you've heard the applicant outline, it wasn't the best time for the viewing panel to have a look, but we've got a situation created here by development. We've trapped a piece of land that was left over and took into borough ownership and has caused us a maintenance issue. There's no doubt about it. It isn't full of valuable species. Certainly we wouldn't want to look at cutting down mature trees or old trees, but it is stuff that, if you like, a developer has planted, hasn't had a maintenance schedule, has done what it wants and craved light, and it causes, having seen the site in the summer months, this, I can vouch for this dense sort of solid green thicket and moss and everything in the back of the garden. So, you know, I just want us to look at this and say that, you know, this is the first stage. Clearly the borough may not decide to sell the land should we grant permission, but they're not grabbing land. They're looking to solve an issue, probably, you could argue, save the borough some money, and not, I believe, actually really impact on the screening, because you've got the nice mature land owned by the Stratfield Say estate at the back. So I'd just like us to have a debate and see what members can make of this. Thank you.
Any questions to the ward member? No. Questions to officers? Paul?
Could I ask officers if there's been any attempt by the landscape departments of the borough to formally get an access to this particular area, either across the Stratfield Say estate's land, or did nobody think about it when the initial application was put in?
I do have a comment on file from our property services team, so not the landscape team, but they say that the land is very difficult to gain access to, and so has never been maintained effectively by the Borough Council. I don't have any comments from the landscape team at all to say whether another attempt at getting an access, but I think from Lane End it would be difficult given the ditch to get any vehicle across.
That's the practical reply, and I quite agree with it. But has any attempts been made by officers of the Borough Council, I'm sorry if I got the departments mixed up, of formally getting an access to the land other than through that gentleman's garden that we did on the day of the viewing panel? Nothing seems to have been said about that. If it's borough land, surely you need access to borough land.
Sorry, I thought I'd answered that. No, I don't think there has been an attempt, or we don't have that information before us at this committee.
Questions to officers? I have. Councillor Tucker.
Sorry, the only thing that I'd just like to say is there seems to be on some of the plans and referred to the Sherfield estate. It's actually the Stratfield Say estate.
I had a question. Maybe I should have asked the residents, but I'll ask the officers. This ditch, do we know whether this ditch is actually a useful ditch? It's running water when there's water. It's full of water. I heard that. I heard that it's full of water. That's not surprising, but it is a drainage channel, and it seems to me that the resident made the point that you'd have to set the boundary fencing, etc., back from it, obviously, but that in itself needs maintaining. It needs to be kept clear. You know, we know to our cost that uncleared drainage channels aren't a clever thing. Is that owned by us or owned by Stratfield Say? Do we know?
We don't know, because in this application there isn't an accurate site survey that effectively plots where that ditch is, where the boundary fence will go, where the existing vegetation is, and that is one of the sort of issues and really leads to one of the reasons for refusal. What we established on site, pretty I guess, is that where the red line is, that's roughly where that ditch is. So it's assumed that the fence would be put very close to where the bottom part of the red line is, which would run along the ditch.
Any more questions? Yes, sir.
Yeah, thanks very much. Is it possible that the applicant could make an application to the council to go at the back of his fence and clear some of this overgrown, shrubbery and brambles and all the rest of it to his own convenience, so that the light can come into his garden? Is that possible? Please.
It's a question to officers, but the answer is it's possible, but it's not part of this planning application, and it's everything's possible. And I think when we get to discussion that we should have some comments, no doubt, about some of the issues associated with this application and the issues associated with the lack of maintenance. But I think the answer is almost certainly it's not this not to be dealt with by this application. Am I right? As indeed isn't the land ownership. The land ownership is irrelevant to a planning application, oddly enough. Councillor Tucker, questions still or comments now?
Just a question or query, an assumption. When you put in an application on somebody else's land, you have to sign a form and give it to the person who owns it. I mean, has the borough been notified officially as landowners?
Yes, it has. Yeah, the notice goes to our property services team. As I understand it, the property services team have confirmed that they will consider an application for the purchase of land subject to planning permission being granted.
Any other questions? Comments? David?
So we've got a piece of land that we own that we can't get to and maintain. I think if the ward councillor wants to put something forward, like that we should go ahead and give planning permission, then I think I would be happy to support him.
Paul?
Thanks, Chair. I agree with David's points, really. I think if this has been proven, I think from what the comment is, it can't be accessed easily or safely. The issue is biodiversity, whether or not this contributes anything to the environment. If the argument is clear that it's questionable, and I hear what's been said, then surely, and there's examples of this all over the borough, so it's the precedent we're setting that's important here as well, just to bear that in mind, it's the precedent we're setting, then I see no reason not to agree with it, because it solves an issue for these residents that nobody else can solve. And if we ain't willing to cut it down, why should we object to them at the end of the day? And if they do it off their own back, on our land, they'll leave themselves wide open to prosecution, and that would be daft. If the property services team want to get into a land sale issue, that's nothing to do with us. I'm just looking at it purely on the principle of solving a planning problem.
And on your last point, you're quite right. Any other comments? I have a concern about approving the application as it stands, because I have a concern about this ditch and exactly where the boundary lies and who's responsible for what, because as it sits at the moment, because we don't appear to have a survey, it would seem to me rational that there's a requirement that the land that changes hands excludes the embankment of the ditch. Normally, the line would either run one side of the ditch or the other, or often down the middle. And that's almost the worst possible circumstance. It's important that somebody is responsible for the ditch, and that the ditch isn't allowed to fall in because somebody's put his boundary, too close to it. The applicant has clearly said that they understand it would have to be set back, but doesn't seem to me to be a clear mechanism without a detailed site survey of saying how do you implement that and where is that? What is the boundary and how is it maintained? How is the boundary maintained?
Well, logically, can we condition that? And can we make it very clear in terms of the ownership issues as part of that? I mean, the condition would be logical.
Yeah, just building on that, I mean, that ditch is historically there, so you're absolutely right. I think we have to hope that property services could help on that one, but condition the fact that that we obviously don't put a fence in the middle or endanger the maintenance of the ditch, because it's clearly not, I think, part of the borough land. I'm sure of that.
I think officers can help. My concern is that whatever is approved has to be very clear as to exactly where these boundaries lie in relationship to the ditch and where the responsibility for the ditch lies. And maybe that can be conditioned. I don't want to see it as an advisory that may be ignored. Officers are discussing it now and will comment. Paul.
To back up what you just said, Chair, the one thing we did notice on the site visit is that the bank of the stream closest to the garden fences, right in the bank itself, there's quite substantial growth. I mean, something that's 20 feet high, multiple hazel is coming out of there. If those were removed, it would destroy the bank of the stream. You're starting an erosion process, bearing in mind it was flowing quite well. So consideration might be given to putting that boundary set back from the edge of the stream to protect the stream with its natural evolution of growing plants there at the moment. However, that can be framed into whatever discussions about ownership and boundary lines could be also considered.
Yeah, normally when we're making our decisions, we're asking you to make decisions on planning applications. You should make the decision on the information that's there before you. So in this case, we don't have a plan that's here before us. If members are minded to accept the principle of the development and the impact that that development has on the character, you think that that's acceptable and it wouldn't be an adverse impact. So you're minded to recommend approval. I don't think we can have a planning condition on a permission that would require this, but prior to us issuing a permission, in conjunction with the local ward councillor, we could have a survey come in that does plot the bank, that does plot the position of the fence, and we can agree it in conjunction with the ward councillor and then condition that plan.
Is there any mileage, I think that sounds very sound advice. Is there any mileage in deferring this? Because I don't think there's any real urgency when all that information could be brought back to this committee to make a valued judgment when we do have the sight lines and everything else. Because the wording of the conditions probably won't be able to be done here and now, but we know what we'd possibly like as a principle. I don't know if that mechanism would be more efficient, and at least we could monitor what the conditions are and actually have a proper map.
Well, our normal practice in these cases is that if we're in any doubt about a condition, we approve it subject to seeing the condition, and it's left to me and the deputy chairman. If we're in any doubt, we'll circulate it to members. I am reluctant to defer applications unless it's really necessary to do so for the reasons I gave earlier. Chris?
Well, hearing everybody's comments and with that condition, and certainly I'm quite happy to work with the officers on any land ownership and routing of rivers or whatever, I would move for approval.
So it's moved for approval, and we wish to see a condition drawn up which requires a site survey so that the boundaries can be clearly delineated, and we would also like to understand how the bank of the, how if necessary, if it's close to the boundary, the relevant bank of the ditch is to be protected. I'm very concerned about waterways for obvious reasons. I'm usually concerned about waterways. One of them might get to me. But at the moment, we all know what the problem is. Officers, are you reasonably content with that?
Yeah, that couldn't be a condition, but it can be a recommendation of the committee that a plan is drawn up, and then that plan is agreed, and then that plan would be conditioned. But we can't condition that the plan be drawn up because we don't know what it would show and what the impact would be.
I'm now less content than I was. I mean, unless we can require that a proper plan is drawn up that sets out the boundaries, I don't see that we've got anything we can properly decide on something slightly too general, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, I think the securing a plan before before decision is issued is not a problem. The committee could delegate, if you like, that to the local ward member to have the control, if you like, over that part. So it would be a case of securing the plan before planning permission was granted. If the plan came in, for example, and the local ward member was not satisfied in conjunction with officers that it addressed all the issues that the committee have raised, which is regards to the potential loss of trees, the impact on biodiversity, and the impact on the stream, as I understand it, then effectively the delegation would be removed and it would have to come back to committee in any case. So it would be on that basis. So that's the reason why it couldn't be a planning condition, but it would be a precondition to the decision being issued. After that, there would, if it was approval, exactly, and then if it was approved, then there would be some suggested conditions as well.
On that basis, those in favour of approval? That's carried. Thank you. And you've just summed it up, haven't you? Move to item 5, Brick Kiln Industrial Estate. I have, I'm expecting to hear from Mrs. Beadle first, please. If you'd like to come forward to the chair. It's a bit like mastermind in here, isn't it, really? Not like our normal, much less formal sort of arrangement. You just sit there for a moment. We'll get officers to present the report.
This application concerns various external alterations to an existing building within 2 to 4 Brickkiln Industrial Estate. Members will note within the update that there's clarification from Councillor Musson and objections concerning elements of the proposal that have subsequently been withdrawn, i.e. the temporary store and the racking that was originally proposed within the site. There's nothing else to add, apart from the recommendation is for approval subject to conditions on the order paper.
Right, you have 4 minutes. You press the big white black button, please.
Good evening. I speak for concerned residents on the north, south and east boundaries of the application site. A certificate of lawfulness was granted on the 15th of November 2013 for continued use as a builder's merchants. From a distribution depot with underground drainage and civil engineering materials serving a wide area of southern England with a trade counter, to a general builder's merchant selling thousands of different products with increased vehicle movements, with both deliveries to the site and outward daily HGV and van deliveries serving a 20-mile radius. In addition, builders' vehicles collecting daily supplies and retail customers, all driving into the open yard towards the east boundary, stopping, loading, unloading, principally by forklift, restarting, turning and exiting. From 3 metres to 6 metre, that's 10 to 20 feet high, solid, permanent but constantly fluctuating, bulk stacks towering over residential property boundaries, potentially 6 metre high and over 100 metres long on the east boundary. To additional 7.7 metre high bulk warehouse and 6 metre racking. The additional warehouse has been withdrawn from the current application. This site is well documented with planning permission granted with conditions for light industrial units in Local Plan 1996 to 2011, saved policy and indicative master plan incorporating the yard submitted by Sainsbury's and the site owner. Due to intensified growth, a noise abatement notice has been served in the past few years. We are not anti-development, however, a meeting and subsequent discussions with Elliott's have given us no assurance whatever that our concerns will be recognised, apart from the change to brown elevations facing residential property on the current application. Unit 2 already having been taken to the ground and reclad from brown proof colours to metallic silver, including roofscape with red flashings. Representations have been made to the Traffic Commissioner regarding conditions on the size, operating hours of the 3 vehicles applied for. Please may the committee consider deferring this application for Unit A, formerly referred to as Unit 22 or Unit F, and for the application site to be considered as a whole to include the imminent 4th application for an additional warehouse and racking. It is absolutely clear the site will be vastly intensified, and it is requested that conditions similar to those applied in November 1987 be imposed to reduce the significant material adverse impact of noise pollution and disturbance on residential amenity. Thank you.
Thank you for being admirably brief. Members, do you have any questions? David.
Yes, Chairman. I know you don't like it. Can I just ask the applicant, sorry, not the applicant, the objector, is it true that she lives at the 16, which I think you can see up there? Am I right in saying that that's where she lives and that's a close proximity to the building site?
Yes, my family have lived there for be 61 years this year. It's about 35 feet from the bungalow to the boundary of the site, and the east boundary is the one which is over 100 metres. So I'm, mostly affected, but, I speak for all 3 boundaries.
Councillor Tucker.
Hi, Lavinia, can you hear me? Sorry, it's a bit tricky to look at her and to
I haven't got two heads. Could you confirm whether or not you have had very high racking and things along your boundary up till now?
Back in 1984-85, there were builders merchants materials that were stacked above the height of our garage, but the last light industrial unit applied for in 1986, which was granted in November 1987, put conditions on the site that they wouldn't be stacked above 10 feet on the east boundary. And although it transpires, and I've only realised that when I went to get a copy of the conditions, that planning application was not implemented, the last builders merchants did not stack above 10 feet on the east or the southern boundaries.
Anybody else? Thank you very much. Mr. Elliott, for the applicant.
Good evening. The application under consideration today is just looking to reclad an existing building which is leaking and looking very tired, and to move the entrance from the south of the building to the west elevation, which is facing the entrance to the site. Most of the works of repair, we're simply overcladding what's there, though the application will extend the cladding down to cover up a number of windows on the north and south elevation. We want to move the entrance to the western elevation and build a ramp to facilitate wheelchair access and make access to the building easier for our customers. Having considered the objections raised by our residents, we amended our plans from the original to cater for all of the objections which related to our application. We moved the air conditioning units to the south. We changed the colour of the cladding on the north and eastern elevations to brown in line with requests. We removed the application for a new warehouse along the northern boundary of the site, and we removed the application for timber racking along the eastern boundary of the site. In looking through the objections raised, most of the objections we've had don't relate to our planning application. They don't relate to recladding the building and moving their door. Instead, they relate to the presence of a builder's merchant on the site. But the site's been used as a builder's merchant for almost 30 years. Material stacking does not form part of this application. And to read an excerpt from the officer's report, the material stacking is not directly related to the development proposed and does not require planning permission. Any condition restricting the height of stacking materials would fail to meet the test of necessity under Circular 1195. Furthermore, any such condition would seriously constrain our ability to train from the site. We met with residents of the site in January to take them through our plans and convey to them our genuine belief that we'll be a more acceptable neighbour than the previous tenants, who ran 8 to 9 lorries from the site and a huge number of forklifts, where we'll run just 3 or 4 lorries and 4 forklifts. We're a long-established family business. We're excited to move to Tadley and keen to open for trading and employ staff as soon as possible. But without being able to undertake the required repairs and reconfiguration of this unit, we'll find it difficult to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions to the applicant? Councillor Leeks, and then Councillor Harvey.
Can I ask on behalf of my fellow councillor, Councillor Musson, because obviously he's after this person, he's put in here, it is also not clear to me what temporary store means. I had assumed it meant a temporary building, in which case it would expect to be removed at some stage. On the other hand, it could mean a place where items are stored temporary, in which case the building is a permanent structure. Can you answer that, please?
There's no application for a temporary building. It was part of the original plans. It's been completely removed. But to answer your question, it's a technical term for the shed which we propose to put there, which just means there's no foundations, it's bolted to the ground.
And another question is, you do intend in the near future to put in for other applications to put other buildings on that site at some time, don't you?
There are no applications in at the moment, but as a merchant, we have slightly different requirements to store materials externally, and we need to find a solution to be able to do so. Or sorry, store materials internally. So we need to find a solution for, at some stage, some additional internal storage.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking to you to give me a little latitude on this one. Not related to this application, will you give a public undertaking that if you consider bringing forward an application for anything else on this site, you will fully consult, fully listen, and fully engage with the ward councillors and the residents to give them satisfaction set against the concerns that they've raised here?
We did consult with the residents back in January, and in looking to come up with a solution for additional internal storage, we have put forward a plan to them which finds the best possible compromise. I don't believe we will ever be able to find a solution on this site that is acceptable to all of the residents, because my impression is we're just not wanted there. The objections are against us being a builders merchants there, not against us, putting on a building.
I appreciate what you're saying. I guess what I'm asking you is, one round of consultation usually doesn't work. Simply asking people once isn't good enough. A conversation that results in possible compromise may help you. If you give an undertaking to that, I would suggest it would be beneficial.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we want to work with the local residents. We don't want to be an enemy to anybody. And any plans that we look to achieve will take into account all of their opinions.
Any more questions? Thank you very much. Councillor Musson.
Thank you, Chair. First, I'd like to say that I'm not, and I don't believe any of the residents that I know of are anti the builders merchants on this site. It's been a builders merchants for quite a long time, and I would say that I would like to see the site used. I think the residents like to see the site used. It's good for Tadley, brings jobs to Tadley, and will be good. The problem, though, is the applications come forward a little bit quickly, and I think the residents have got some genuine concerns. If I draw your attention to one point which I think was picked up by the applicant, page 57 and 56, for example, if I take paragraph 3 from the top on page 57, for the reasons as outlined above, the local planning authority is unable to recommend a condition that restricts the height of any box storage racking on the site. And if we look at page 56, the 9th paragraph, or the second one from the bottom, we can see that there were restrictions put in place in the past, but because they were not implemented, they can't come into effect now. So what I think the residents' concerns are that having lived with the previous occupiers of the site, Burdens, they went through a process of complaining and getting conditions put into place. Eventually, perhaps it resulted in an operation that they could live with. This application doesn't seem to be picking up on those. In other words, we haven't learned from the past. And from what I read there and what I've just explained, it looks like the applicant could, if this is approved, go onto the site, refurbish those buildings, and of course, bearing in mind what I've just said, there's nothing to stop the applicant putting racking very high along the eastern boundary against Mrs. Beale's fence. That's perfectly, there's nothing here which would stop that. And there seems to be very little conditions in terms of, other than the hours of use, building, noise, or anything like that. And all those things have come up in the past. Those were raised at the meeting with the applicant, but it seems that we as a council weren't able to find the wherewithal to put in place any conditions which would satisfy the concerns of the residents.
But 1 minute, Rob.
I think that if you asked the residents, I mean, Mrs. Beale is sitting over there, I think she would say that she would be happy for it to go ahead, providing the council could find some conditions which would satisfy the concerns of the residents, which I don't believe we've been able to do.
Questions to the board member? No, thank you, Rob, very much. Questions to officers? I have a couple. This question of the suggestion that the applicant can put in racking without planning consent. I can envisage that some types of racking would be a structure that could require planning consent. Can we just elucidate what sort of things would and would not require planning consent within the existing use of the site? Or is it that any kind of racking, I mean, if you put in permanent structure with holes in it, does that count as not being development? Anyway, if I put a hole in the ground to draw water, it's development.
Well, members have heard from the councillors about the previous consent, which was for the light industrial unit, where conditions were imposed and restricted the height of stacking at 3 metres, because that was development. And in terms of circular advice, the local authority could impose stacking. In terms of what constitutes a permanent structure, depend on how it meets the relevant tests of permanence and how it's actually physically attached to the ground. But given the history and the lawful development certificate, as stated on page 57 on the second paragraph down, what you've got in front of you is just alterations to the external appearance of the building. So you can't impose any conditions that relates to stacking, because it would be against circular advice, because it's not directly related to the application in front of you for consideration.
Councillor Tomlin.
Well, it's along exactly the same lines, Chair. The question is, you know, there is no application for racking, but if racking went up, that was my question, should that not therefore have to have its own separate planning application, given even our local allotments, if they put up a timber frame that's more than 2 metres high, that technically has to have planning permission. So is it fair to say that it's a grey area, or is there a clear defined situation, given that racking is bolted to the ground?
Given the history, they could put racking on within the site without needing planning permission.
Just to clarify, I asked the question about racking. You referred to the wording in the report, which is about stacking. Now, stacking is clearly not development. And in the report, and when you answered my question, you referred to stacking, which was the earlier issue. Racking is not stacking. Racking is a physical thing that's permanent, in the sense it's there until it's removed, if you know. Whereas stacking is material that comes in and goes out, and probably wouldn't be stacked to 30 metres high or something, because it would all fall over. You may not be able to answer this, but it is, in some types of racking would require planning permission, would they not? If the racking is, as suggested, bolted to the ground, it's development, is it not? I'm, not looking for a definitive answer, clearly, but it sounds as if it ought to be.
It would be development, because it obviously constitutes a form of external storage, but given the history, where there was no conditions imposed to regulate the height of the height of stored materials externally, or height of any physical racking system on site, we couldn't impose such conditions on this consent, because in front of you is only the application for external changes to the building.
You misunderstand the questions. The questions are not about this application. The questions are about the the question whether a subsequent application would be required to put in racking. All the previous stuff says that there were conditions, but they were never implemented because the planning consent wasn't implemented. That is not before this committee and never will be. The question that the resident is asking and the board member is asking is about whether it would require planning consent for them to put in racking. This is simply a preliminary question. It's not relevant to this. I think we all appreciate it's not part of this application, and we're not seeking that information on that basis. We're just seeking to understand the policy background, if I put it that way.
Chair, I think just to clarify, I think on the issue of whether the method of how the materials were stacked, so i.e. on a rack or otherwise, it would, as Nick said, depend on, in some ways, matter of fact and degree as to what the type of structure was, how permanent it was, so on and so forth. If it was a building, clearly it would require planning permission. If it was a structure, it may require planning permission, but there is no definitive description as to what would or would not.
We won't know till we ever see it. Paul.
Thank you, Chair. In the report on 56 of 115, it says, obviously in that penultimate paragraph, it relates to the height of material stacking, and it relates to a permission given. I'm conscious that in the circular, it says unless permission otherwise provides, planning permission runs with the land, and any conditions imposed on the permission will bind the successors in title. So we gave permission on the basis of those conditions. The fact that those conditions weren't implemented, is that not the case? I'm trying to read what you said here and then understand the circular in relation to if you give permission for something, even though they don't implement the conditions, we impose the conditions of giving permission.
No, so just to clarify, essentially, because although the condition was imposed on the planning permission, if the planning permission isn't implemented, the condition doesn't bite. There's no condition to enforce. So effectively, the planning permission wasn't granted. Therefore, the condition doesn't stand. It doesn't affect the site.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I don't want to go too far down this track because we've answered the questions which aren't really part of this application anyway. The answer is the conditions don't apply. It is indeed, because it's an old one and never been implemented. Any questions about the present application before us? No? In that case, discussion. It's gone very quiet, hasn't it? David.
Where do I start with this one? About a mile and a half away, there's a building called the Forge. And for those who've been here a long time, I'm looking at Councillor Hood for that. Not saying he's old by any means, but he'll remember that this was a very small forge that got bigger and bigger and bigger, and it was in a row of houses. And at the time, it was an absolute nightmare because of what they were doing. The local housing people, the people living in the housing next door, had a bad life because it was motorbikes, it was revving up and one thing and another. I think my colleague hit the nail on the head. Yes, we do want it to come back into life. We want it to become our builders and merchants, but likewise, we don't want it to upset the local residents. I think they had a lot of upset before with the previous owners. It will create employment, which everybody needs in their towns and villages. And I'm really going to listen to, I'm hoping, some good debate on this, because I really don't know which way to go, because I really would like it to come back into use as a builders merchants, but I'd like it to be a builders merchants that was accepted by the local residents and went the extra mile to accommodate their needs and their objections.
Councillor Taylor, I think, indicated.
Thank you, Chair. Just looking at the summary of the proposal on page 52, it seems to me that whatever we think of the way this builder's merchant has increased in size and grown like Topsy, at this meeting we're looking at cladding, glazing, air conditioning and roller shutter blinds, and that really is all that we can look at. And so when we look at the public observations and any possible reasons that we might have to refuse, I can only really find whether or not the silver metallic cladding will be too reflective and whether or not the blinds will be too noisy. And I can't really think of any other thing that we can really discuss under this application. Obviously, there's a much broader issue, which I'm sure people totally greatly appreciate, but my inclination is that if we're just looking at these four things, we don't have a lot to go on, and that we really probably will have to approve it.
Councillor Harvey?
I can't really add to that. I agree with it. The only comment I would pass is what Councillor Lovegrove said, really. And if it is silver, I know some of my Lib Dem colleagues have a penchant for painting things green. And whether that's relevant or not is completely irrelevant to the application. Councillor Tamer's right.
Yes, if I might be permitted another question. The word intensification arose at some point. Can we just have, can we understand what we mean by intensification? And if there was material intensification, how would that be measured? And if it were material, what would be the outcome of that? Would it require some intervention of some sort? At what point? Or is it totally irrelevant? But there is comment, there's a reference to it in the report. And I think that's one of the concerns of residents, as I understand.
Given the previous uses and the existing, or the current user of the site, it's not considered that there is any intensification, and that it still complies or falls within the builder's merchant use.
The other factor, of course, is that if this is a switch effectively from mainly trade to quite a lot of retail, there's a anticipated substantial change in the traffic pattern. The applicant mentioned in his comments fewer lorry movements, which I'm sure residents welcome, probably means quite a lot more car movements, because I don't go to a builder's merchant on my bike. Even certain former mayors of the borough don't go to builders merchants on their bikes. So is that in some way material to this? Or is it simply builders merchants is builders merchants? It doesn't really matter. We can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I think if it was to the point where it was no longer a builders merchants and it was clearly purely retail, then that would effectively be a change of use. The information submitted with the application here is that it's not at that stage. It's still predominantly a builders merchants, which has some, if you like, ancillary custom.
Right. I'm inclined to go with Councillor Mrs. Taylor and Councillor Harvey that I think we'd struggle to find any good reasons to refuse this, which wouldn't be overturned on appeal, unless there's clear evidence that the silver reflective is going to really upset somebody in some way and be really harmful. In which case there'd be a complaint about it, and that could probably be dealt with under some regulation or other. So would somebody like to move something, or shall I? You're so shy, I'll move it from the chair. Right, second? Right. You move it? You'll move it? I'll move it. Right. He's seconding it. Those in favour? That's approved. Yep.
Can we add an informative, because that's all we can do, simply to capture the public statement given by the builders? It doesn't relate to the application, and it can only be an informative, but they did give a public undertaking for the consultation.
We could add to the minutes, rather than informative, I think, we could add to the minutes that members understood from the applicant, etc., and we'll look at the wording of that outside this meeting. I think that's the way to handle it. Yeah. For the record, can we just know which ones we've got?
I'm Mr. Bliss.
That was me, Mr. Osborne.
So we've got Mr. Bliss and Mr. Osborne, in fact. We'll just wait for the officers to present the report.
The applications for a replacement dwelling and garage at the bungalow at Bradley Egg Farm. members will have viewed the site, and to note within the update there's a response to, I think, a question that was asked by members on site about whether or not it was possible to impose a condition or a legal agreement in relation to the noise issues from the kennels on site, and linking the current application to the other pending applications on the adjacent land that is owned by the applicant. And the answer to that, it is not reasonable to link, to condition or attach or secure a legal agreement to secure this application with the other pending applications, and that members have to determine the application that's before you tonight and assess the merits of the case. And the case being that in the worst case scenario, there would be a new dwelling in close proximity to the noise source, which is from the kennels and cattery, and which is one of the reasons for refusal. Members should also note that some tree impact assessment information has been submitted. So they have overcome refusal number 4, but the application is still being recommended for refusal for the first 2 reasons on page 62 of the order paper.
Gentlemen, you have 4 minutes between you.
Thank you, Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, my family has lived in the village for 100 years, running a poultry business and starting a successful kennels in the 60s. The farm is now unviable and falling into disrepair. The kennels are old and in need of capital investment. Over the last 3 years, many options have been considered to ensure the future of the business and employment on the site. Throughout this period, we have called a number of parish meetings to explain our objectives and discuss the merits of each of the proposal and listen to the village. Our key objective is to convert one of the poultry barns into a pet hotel at the forefront of the industry. However, the build costs have spiralled, and in order to make the investment possible, we have sought permission to reuse some of the existing buildings on the farm as well as the bungalow. This decision has not been taken lightly, as it was my family home from birth and holds many fond memories. The replacement home has received unanimous support from the village. Allow me to introduce our advisor, Richard Osborne, from Provision Planning.
Thank you. As we've heard, the principle of a replacement dwelling in this location is acceptable. We consider a noise assessment to be unreasonable. There will be no additional dwellings, hence there is no increase in potential harm to residential amenity, let alone adverse impact, to warrant refusal. The existing property is acknowledged in the officer's report as being unremarkable, unkempt and in need of improvement. This application seeks to generate funds to facilitate reinvestment in the kennels and will bring considerable environmental improvements not only to the sites but to the whole village. The Council's conservation area appraisal states that the village has a variety of houses and styles. The Council's countryside design summary for this area states that buildings are generally 2-storey, large domestic buildings are a feature, and old halls, manor houses and farmhouses are found in the valley floor. Hugh Thomas is a notable local architect with vast experience of traditional architecture in rural locations. Mr. Thomas has provided support to English Heritage in the preparation of their good practice guidance relating to the design of rural buildings. The proposed dwelling is a traditional design and uses materials that are entirely appropriate to this location. The proposed dwelling has a ridge that is generally only 2.5 metres higher than the existing and has a floor space that is 34% greater than the existing built form to be demolished. Therefore, the replacement dwelling will not be significantly larger than the existing. The site of the proposed dwelling is over 60 metres from the side elevation of the nearest listed building and separated by mature trees and hedgerows which will be retained and enhanced. The officer's report confirms that there will be no negative impact on the amenity of the residents of the 2 listed buildings in terms of overlooking, overbearing or loss of light. Hence, it is considered that the setting of the listed buildings will not be harmed.
You have 1 minute.
Of course, there will be a change to the appearance of the area, but change per se does not warrant refusal for planning permission. Indeed, the conservation area appraisal states that modern development is now as much a feature of the area as older properties.
I don't believe it's the intention of policy to stifle change and the recycling of older buildings and properties and buildings, especially where this delivers other environmental benefits such as the relocation of the kennels. The local community have been kept informed of the proposals throughout. The parish council do not object. Letters of support from over 50% of the village have been received. There have been no letters of objection. Mr. Thomas joins us to answer any design questions, and we respectfully ask that you support these proposals. Thank you.
Thank you. If you'd like to just press your button, turn yourselves off. Any questions to the applicants, Paul?
Just one that Mr. Thomas might be able to help. In the report, it says architect's panel, the principle of the replacement dwelling is okay, but the scheme is not the best solution for this location. I'd appreciate hearing your response to the architect's panel.
We can only have the speakers who are speaking. Is this gentleman registered to speak?
Yes, Mr. Thomas.
Well, you need to come forward to where we can actually hear you, and you should be able to hear us if he speaks into his microphone rather than turning over his shoulder. Paul, can we have the question again, please?
Thank you.
I understood the question. Thank you. It's not unusual for other architects to criticise other architects. I like asking Tesco to judge Sainsbury's sometimes. It's very annoying. That's all I can say to that.
I was looking for arguments to... I was looking for support here from the architect to argue that, in my opinion, I agree with the fact that there aren't any objections to this. There aren't a groundswell of objection in terms of the parish either, and the ward member is supportive of it. And I appreciate what the officers have written here. But in comparison to other things we've argued tonight in other places, in the context just purely of this on its merits, I don't see the add up to refuse. I really don't. So I would be minded to approve it. But that's my view on the basis of the evidence I've seen in front of me.
Any other comments? Councillor Miller.
Again, this is another case where you've got to go to the site. If you read what the report is and try to put a context, it would open your eyes. It's the second time the viewing panel, in my service to the Development Control Committee, had been to this site for the previous applications that are still outstanding, I believe. So it was familiar ground for some of us. And I appreciate what the applicant is trying to achieve. And this facilitates what he wants to achieve. Bearing in mind the context of where this property is going to go, it's on the lower levels of this undulating site that he has. And I was aware from the previous application where the dogs, in fact, are going to move to. So I know their intentions. It's very difficult to link things, which I find a little regrettable, because if you started to get the chain links in place, it all makes sense. And personally, I will endorse what Councillor Harvey just said, and I would vote for approval for this one. I'll move it, no problem, for approval. And again, bearing in mind comments from earlier members, if you sort of reverse 1 and 2, those would be the reasons for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Would you like to comment on the question of noise?
That was the inference that I just made. It's regrettably we can't link it. But as the applicant has already said, this is a facilitating application, or an application for the facilitation of generating revenue to make all the other improvements. Believe you me, if he needs to sell this house, he's going to move those dogs, because I don't think anybody would buy the house.
Any further comments before we pick Councillor Taylor?
I'd just like to comment, having looked at this design, and I appreciate that the architects panel might not think it's appropriate, but I always like to see something really unusual. And I think it's quite bizarrely wonderful, isn't it? And so I appreciate that we're actually going to, sorry, it's bizarre probably isn't the right word for an architect. Quirky maybe is better. But I would just like to say that because obviously it's everyone has their own opinions, don't they? But it's just so refreshing to have something that doesn't look like a housing estate house. I'm mindful that on the consultees that there are quite a few objections that we shouldn't just ride over completely. And I don't know if anything can be dealt with condition, but I'm looking especially on page 65 that maybe there should be a tree survey done as a condition and a drainage report as the Environment Agency has commented on that. But apart from that, I think it's nice.
Right. Officers, of course, are quite rightly draw attention to the fact we have to look at this application as it stands. However, what I'm hearing, and I'm sympathetic entirely to it, is that although we cannot formally link the three applications, if this were approved, the applicant would be totally mad not to continue doing the other two applications, or at least the other house, which removes the issue of the kennels. So on a practical and pragmatic basis, it seems to me safe to assume that that would happen. And that requiring what would be a rather artificial process of going through some theoretical noise mitigation process, considering the kennels are already next to an existing dwelling, all seems to go against national policy to assist with development of new dwellings and assistance to applicants. It's been moved for approval. Do you want to speak again? Yes? Not? You haven't spoken. Right.
I haven't spoken on this one.
Yeah, by all means.
In that you're moving for approval.
No, I'm not moving for approval.
No, not you, personally. I'm looking down the consultations as my fellow councillor next door has done, but then I came to the Environment Agency in Flood Zone 1. I assume we'll have to have some kind of strong conditioning there?
So just to clarify, flood zone 1 is effectively the least likely areas to flood, so it works the other way.
The answer is every flood zone is now vulnerable, but we're not in a position in regulatory terms to impose conditions on flood zone 1, and it would be regarded as inappropriate and arbitrary to do so, as I understand it. Yeah. Well, it's been moved for approval. Was it seconded? Yes. Those in favour of approval? Against? That's approved. Officers, I think you've got the gist, or do you need to say something? Two conditions. Yeah.
Just to confirm, what the recommended conditions to be imposed would be plan numbers, the time limit, the submission of a noise mitigation scheme to be submitted prior to implementation of development, the sample panel materials be submitted, hard and soft landscaping, boundary treatments, the tree protective measures to be in accordance with the document recently submitted for consideration by the tree officer, a suitable replacement tree within the site, highway conditions to include the parking and turning of on-site of operative and construction vehicles, on-site cars, cycle, long and short stay parking facilities. Any gate should be set back 6 metres from the edge of the carriageway, and storage of refuse and recycling scheme to be submitted, obscure glazing to the bathrooms, removal of PD rights.
Members are happy to continue including the noise mitigation requirement. Fine. Thank you very much. Item 7, Southam Medical Centre, and I'm expecting to hear from Councillor Keating. Don't think anybody else. Are you going to speak from there? Very good. We wait till the officers present the report.
Thank you, Chair. This application relates to the former Southdown surgery. It's owned by the Borough Council. It's at 96 Paddock Road in Basingstoke and it's currently empty, the surgery having moved under a separate planning permission several years ago. The application proposes alterations to the existing site to provide a play area to support a nursery use. The nursery use itself does not require a change of use. The existing building falls within the D1 use class and the nursery use falls within that same use class. So this application is simply for the alterations to the existing site layout and the provision of the air conditioning units on the roof of the building. The application is recommended for approval by officers and there's no further update to add. Thank you.
Sean.
Thank you, Chair. If you look at the map, Pinkerton Road runs along horizontally through the centre of the map. What you'll find if you looked at the rest of the map, or the rest of Pinkerton Road, what you'd find is to the left of the centre, of the medical centre that is, there are two schools in a cul-de-sac, and there are houses where there are no road access at all outside of those houses, and so they have some to park on the road effectively. We've been in, as ward councillors, and I'm speaking on behalf of all three ward councillors, we have been involved with difficulties from residents at the end of Pinkerton Road to the left of the medical centre, whereby the residents have already been complaining about too many people using the road and debarring them from using it themselves. We welcomed the idea of the nursery originally, and we welcomed it, and we accepted an invitation to go to see the owner of the other nursery up by Skyline Plaza. And we were impressed by the nursery we found and the people that were managing it. And we expressed our concerns about parking to them, and we even suggested some efforts that they might take to find additional parking. Pinkerton Road is a very busy street. 5 schools are serviced through it, 3 churches, a medical centre, and a dental centre. That's an awful lot of traffic, and they're usually the same hours of transport. 5 schools, same school times, etc. If you compare the building where it currently exists, it has about 18 spaces for parking. The current proposal is to have 3 parking spaces. In other words, the whole of the business is dependent upon using public highway to provide access to and parking for both their staff and their customers. And this is a very busy spot. What I just said is in addition to what you've already got in your documents, and so those are the reasons why we ask you to reject. Thank you.
Questions to the ward member? Diane?
Thank you. Have you forgotten my name? Oh, sorry. Okay. Oh, did you? Sorry. Yes, it's just that Councillor Keating mentioned, yes, that you welcome the idea of the nursery, but you're concerned about the lack of parking spaces. You said that you had suggested alternative additional parking to the applicants. What was that, please?
Of the 3 churches that are on Pinkerton Road, or serviced by Pinkerton Road, one of them is not that far from the building itself and has more parking spaces normally available during the working day. And we intervened both with the nursery owner and with the pastor who's in charge of the property level on the church, and we encouraged them both to come to an arrangement. And I believe they have, but it's a little arrangement rather than a big one. Thank you.
Thank Thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to ask Councillor Keating, you are satisfied that within your ward there is adequate children nursery accommodation, I mean, provision for your ward? Thank you.
Well, our ward is obviously an urban ward. There is a private nursery within the ward at the other end of the Paddock Road, which is on the corner there. There is a private nursery. There is a nursery facility in Westside Community Centre, which is part of the Southam community. I'm sure that this particular nursery, if you give it approval, would gain additional Southam residents. But I don't know the answer to whether it is essential or necessary, but those are the facts. Thank you.
Other questions? I had one, Sean. You welcome the idea of the nursery in principle. What would you actually like to see happen that would mitigate at least or reduce your concerns?
The problem
as it sits.
Yeah, I understand the question, of course. The problem is this is an urban ward. An urban ward, by definition, are built up. There is no easily accessible or very adjacent spare parking spaces. When the medical centre, which was in this building, moved, we had to provide extra parking for them because it services a church as well. The particular building currently provides about 18 spaces for the people who use the building. But the nursery effectively says we're going to build on the parking spaces that we've got and move the parking for the facility onto the street. Now, there is an argument about whether that is a good business practice. There is an argument about whether it's good for the resident. We believe the local residents who are already complaining about spaces on that street and houses who have no parking spaces at all and no road being effectively dislodged by the extra staff in the schools around the area, on Pinkerton Road, I hasten to add. So, if the nursery could have a deal with the local church that they're talking about, for 10 spaces, for example, it would be a huge improvement. Now, I don't know whether the church would do that. So the answer is there is no easy answer.
Thank you. And no further questions? Thank you very much, Sean. Questions do we have, no, questions to officers? We don't have any public speakers. Councillor Miller, and then Councillor Eyre. Councillor Miller, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. When I read this report, and then I looked at what had been included in the parking arrangements, I had to flick back to the front part of this report, and it's recommended for approval. Now, I know that area around Southam. I don't live there, but I'm very familiar with it. And I couldn't understand it. You've got a nursery school. Well, I've got a nursery school or two nursery schools in my ward. And there is no way that 3 parking spaces is anything like adequate. Local Highway Authority, in this report, no objection subject to conditions. Well, the conditions, I'm not quite sure why they're there. I'd like to ask officers, what led you to the conclusion to approve this when you've got the number of staff working in this nursery, only 3 car spaces, and it's going to be used on the public highway? There's no room on the public highway there. And I fully support what Councillor Keating said about the amount of traffic that goes up and down that road. I'd just like to understand what drew your conclusions that this could be approved with the obvious lack of parking space. And you've got to put people on the public highway that are going to get small children out and could walk a considerable way down to this nursery.
Okay, the against the parking standard, there's a shortfall in 8 spaces for what a nursery use requires in terms of what our parking standards, our adopted standards, say should be provided on site in terms of parking. So there's a shortfall in 8 spaces. They're providing 4 spaces on site in accordance with the plan. So the question we have to ask ourselves is, can 8 spaces shortfall be accommodated on the highway network? So to do that, and given the concerns that the local councillors had raised, we asked for a parking survey to be submitted. The parking survey was carried out within a 200-metre radius, or roughly a 2-minute walk, of the application site. And that showed that there was a total of 726 on-street parking spaces. At the time surveyed, the worst case scenario was that there would still be 173 spaces available. Now, they won't be immediately outside the site, but they will be in the vicinity. So a parent could park, walk the child to the nursery, go back and drive away. So the conclusion was that the shortfall of 8 spaces could be met on street. The site's in a sustainable location. Not every parent will choose to drive. Parents may walk, parents may live in the area, parents may get the bus. The applicant has accepted the need for a travel plan. They'll encourage their staff to travel sustainably, can put cycle parking on site. So the conclusion was that that shortfall could be met and that this was a viable and good beneficial reuse of that existing building. Just to address the comment from Councillor Keating, we can't condition the spaces to be provided at the church, but we are aware of that proposal. The applicant has done an agreement with St Peter's Church, which is 150 metres to the right of left of the site if you're looking at it on the screen. And that means that 5 spaces will be available at the church between 7:30 a.m. and 6:30 p.m. It's not something that we can condition because it's outside of this application proposal, it's outside of the site, and it would need to be a private agreement between the applicant and the church. But the letter we have on file from the church suggests that they are willing to do that for the applicants in this case.
Any other questions? Councillor Eyre.
Thank you, Chair. In some respects, my question's already been answered, but I'd still like to just put it forward for my own understanding. This is an application to put in a day nursery, so it's involving children. If it were a school maintained, then there is a formula by which a minimum number of car parking spaces must be provided for the number of staff who are employed by that institution. Do I take it that this, because it's a day nursery which is private, falls out of that sort of regulation?
And no, same standard applies. So it's based on the number of full-time employees or full-time equivalent employees required for those number of children. In this case, it does result in a shortfall of 8 spaces. So there would be a total of 12 required for the 86 children. 4 are provided on site, 8 would be met on street.
Well, I finished talking tonight. Can I just clarify, because I didn't quite hear it. If they wanted to convert it straight away to a nursery, they wouldn't need planning permission, is that right?
That's right, they could move in today. It's a D1 use of the existing building. It's unrestricted, with the very exception of a very small element. There's a storeroom, and when permission was granted for that single-storey storeroom, it's conditioned to be used for medical purposes only. So effectively, they couldn't use that small space on the very corner edge of the building for the nursery. But they could move in now. What they require permission for is the external works to the building.
They could use that small storeroom to store the medical first aid kit, couldn't they?
Can I ask that the things that they need planning consent for here are the conversion of what is parking? What exactly is it that they could do externally if there was no planning consent? Presumably, there's, I think, as Sean probably said, there is at present more parking on the site, but they're converting that to garden play area. But the bit at the back, I'm now looking at the car park and play area layout, which couldn't be car parking. The top on this drawing, garden play area, presumably wasn't. That could be garden play area, and then could they do that themselves because it's not used for anything else? Just to check what exactly they could do without planning permission.
Without planning permission, the children could play in the car park. What we took as being development in this case was changing the surface of the car park, so taking up that tarmac and putting down some other form of, in this case probably grass, some form of soft play, the play equipment, the fencing that would run around the site being 1.6 metres high, would exceed the 1 metre high adjacent to a highway. The extension to the front of the building that's proposed a small area, and the air conditioning units on top of the roof of the building. So those things require the permission. They could use the space without planning permission.
Councillor Leeks.
So they're not asking for parking, so there's nothing to do with parking while they're asking. Everything's okay in that way, although the ward councillors disagree. And I have to say, I lived next door to a dentist years ago, and his client's parking was always outside, but I had to live with that. So you're saying that they could move in, they could use the store for first aid kit, when the parking is not an issue, but there's things like air conditioning, etc., that is.
That's right. I mean, the starting point is that they should be providing 12 spaces on site, and that's how we got to that. Their proposal was for 4, which is based on their model of the nursery that they run on Lance on Link. Clearly, Lance on Link's more accessible than Southam, being right opposite the bus station, right opposite the train station. So that's why we went back and asked them to justify the shortfall in 8 spaces, and that was demonstrated by the parking survey.
Councillor Tomlin.
Did you ask them the other question then, that if they did put 12 car park or retain 12 car parking spaces, would it be a viable business?
It didn't ask the question, no. My presumption is probably not, because I'm sure there's standards that require an element of outdoor play space for a nursery use.
Can I ask if somebody would kindly move standing orders? We have 5 minutes. We're not going to quite finish in time. Councillor Harvey, thank you very much. Councillor Goddison, everybody agree? Thank you very much. Councillor Harvey.
If you're moving on to comments, Chair, I mean, the issue with this is, my colleague Gatzler has just said, I mean, the Ofsted standards are that you need a certain amount of space for play, end of story. No one wants to speak against a nursery. No one wants to see that provision prevented, particularly in an area that potentially would require it. The issue here is safety. We are on a junction, we're on a busy road junction. Paddock Road is a major junction in Southam into Pinkerton Road. There are only 4 spaces being proposed on site. Yes, it's great the church are offering 5 off site, totally understand that, and it's good that that's continuing, perhaps as a negotiation that may lead to more than 5. But right here, right now, with what's in front of us, the thing we've got to weigh up is if there was parking in the street, and if we're talking about small children exiting from cars on a main road, while that's acceptable and understandable, we're talking about obviously a volume of young people exiting from cars on a main road. And that to me is an issue, particularly in road safety issues. And I appreciate that because I've got it in my own ward in Sherborne Road with the nursery there. And we ummed and ahed for a very long time trying to get the parking sorted on that one. So I completely empathise with my colleagues from Southam in terms of where they're coming from. Do you vote against it and then you lose the nursery? Do you vote for it and suffer the parking problems? It's a real conundrum. The other issue is the residents have got so much they are putting up with there already. It talks about sustainable transport, but we've just had the buses cut. I mean, it's all well and good to talk about other forms of transport. The reality is people are going to use their cars to come to this. And you cannot guarantee that it will be local people that will use this nursery because it's a private nursery. So many local people may not be actually able to afford to attend the nursery in the first place. It's a private business. So on that basis, the claims made within the report, which I respect to the officers relating back towards what the applicant is saying, they can't claim to have local people at all. I hope there are, and I hope they will find ways of subsidising, because that would be the best way to have the nursery that actually supported a local population. So I'm pretty torn on this, to be honest. You don't want to say no to the nursery, but yeah, we've got a parking problem, and it's a road safety issue as well, because if they park at the church, they're going to have to cross Paddock Road to get to the nursery. Now that is not an easy task, considering it's a main junction, and the fact we've got HGVs and buses as well. I'm really trying to understand how we can safely approve this, and maybe what you said about deferrals, Chair. But if there is an opportunity so that we don't lose the application for the nursery, but we have a window of opportunity to negotiate a better parking solution that might be also a better road safety issue, then I'd like us to take that. I don't want to lose the nursery, but at the same time, I can't see how you can approve it in the current context of the parking issues.
Just to be absolutely clear, we're not losing the nursery because they could do that anyway. What we're losing is the configuration they would like to have according to run the nursery the way they'd like to run the nursery. So the right to use it as a nursery is there already. They may choose not to if this application is reviewed. We can't know that. No, well, we can't know that because that evidence isn't before us. We think it's likely, but just to be clear, we can't know that for a fact. I had Councillor Bound.
I noticed, I mean, it says it's going to accommodate 86 children. That 86 children, do we know what that's based on? Is it on sort of floor area or something? So that is the maximum it would take? Because it would strike me that if they could cut down the number of children, they cut down the number of staff, so they cut down the number of parking spaces.
Yes, it is. 86 is what's been proposed, and there is a condition to say that no more than 86 children, because yes, it does affect the number of staff, and it does then affect the number of parking spaces. So the condition is based on what's been proposed by the applicant, and I assume the way they've worked that out is how many children can safely be accommodated within that building, within the footprint, within how they would want to divide the rooms up and make the different spaces available for different activities, age groups, and learning.
Any other speakers? I have a concern, which is partly echoing what Councillor Harvey said, that we do have an endemic problem with parking and traffic associated with schools. A serious right across the borough. And most members would take the view that the present parking standards for schools are not adequate. If we built a new school, we'd want to see a lot more facility. For example, parents be able to drive in and drop off rather than stopping in the street to drop off. And it therefore seems to me that since, in general, if you want to build a new house, we're quite tough on requiring that house to meet the parking standards, and officers are tough on it, and members are even more tough on it when we build a development. We want the parking to be now sufficient for development. It seems to me, in a sense, perverse to allow a plan that significantly fails to meet parking standards when the general view is the parking standards are the absolute minimum you should have, given all the other characteristics of the nature of traffic associated with schools. And nurseries the same roughly same timing, although a lot of it's half day, so you get another burst of traffic in the middle. I have great difficulty in bringing myself to approve of an application where we are deliberately falling below, significantly below, not marginally, what I think are probably inadequate standards for parking. And I'm listening to what the ward member has said, but it's a great shame because one would love to see a nursery school on these premises, and if members are minded to vote against it, I think we would also wish to minute or put an advisory in, as officers would recommend, that says we would actively encourage more effort to try to address the parking aspect, which is the main, I think probably the only concern on members' minds, if I'm right. Paul?
I mean, in terms of the cost implications of them submitting the application and then having to submit a new one with all that goes with that, I mean, with the officers' advisors, I mean, if this was deferred for another cycle, is it realistic to expect any solution or an outright objection going to give us what we need? I mean, what is the best way of securing the parking if it's appropriate? If we can't, we can't. End of story. Stops it dead. But if a deferral gives us that, and it gives the ward members the opportunity to negotiate that, is that appropriate or not?
Chair, I think on the question, I think in this instance, listening to what members have said so far, it's the extent of the gap, if you like, between the standard and what's being shown that's causing the concern here. So I don't think a deferral in this instance would be the right approach. I think it would be a case of deciding this application on its merits and assessing it, and quite rightly we can put an informative on. We do have an informative where we think something may be achievable. The difficulty here is, I suppose we don't know what the viability issue is around reducing numbers to create more space or so on and so forth. So I think a deferral wouldn't be the right approach in this instance.
In which case, Chair, I'd like to move rejection because I've heard the balance of the argument and I can't see another way out of this, as you've said yourself.
Reasoning pretty clear. No, sorry. Not at this stage. But you can make it to me offline and I'll try to do something about it. We have, in that case, do you need to add anything or do we know where we are on that? No? Right, okay, 9. No, 8. I'm expecting, no, I'm not. 8. I'm not expecting any speakers on this, so if anybody thinks they're speaking. Yes? Ah, okay, if you'd like to come forward, sir. Can I get a late note about that? No. Oh. Hmm? Okay. Could I ask, did you register to speak?
Yes, I did.
When did you do that?
Monday.
Right. And sorry, you are whom, sir?
My name is Elfrey.
That's okay.
My name is John Apple.
Hold on. And
Thank you, Chair. Great. Dove Cottage is an extended two-storey dwelling house in Sheffield-on-Loddon, and the application proposes to add an additional two-storey extension to the side of the property. Whilst we recognise in the officer's report that this property has been previously extended, it's considered that the proposed extension would respect the host building in terms of its design, scale and proportion. It's acknowledged that there would be some impact on the neighbouring property at Jubilee Cottage in terms of overshadowing. However, we consider that that would be limited to a very short time period in the early hours of the morning as the sun is rising, and wouldn't affect the property for the large majority period of the day. The application is therefore recommended for approval by officers. In terms of the update paper, there was a further comment received from the Parish Council, which is reported on the update paper. In response, officers have stated that the private track referred to in the officer's report, there's a sign on the existing track that says access to Dove Cottage only, and therefore the assumption was made that the track was private, although it's understood that it is within the ownership of the Parish Council. It's considered that that reference doesn't affect materially the outcome of this application. In addition, there was concern by the parish that they did not receive the notification from the applicant that they own land affected by this application until yesterday. The applicant has confirmed, and the applications that the council has received confirmed, that it was actually submitted to the Parish Council on the 26th of January. Can't explain, therefore, why the parish didn't receive it till the 11th, but it is very clear that the parish are aware of the application and have made comments on the application. Therefore, procedurally, the application is correct, and those matters don't affect the determination of this application. So the recommendation remains for approval. Thank you.
so you have 4 minutes. If you'd like to press the wide black button.
Sorry.
That's it.
My name is John Atwood. I've lived at Jubilee Cottage, Greenway, Sherford-on-Loddon for 35 years, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I have two main points, plus some issues of detail. Overdevelopment of this site, which is acknowledged but discounted by the planning officer, which I find perverse. The origins of this property was a small cottage, one up, one down, with an extension in 1990 which added more than 200%, making it a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom cottage. The proposal adds approximately 45% more, turning the property into a 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom house. Second point, the nature of the proposed extension of Dove Cottage, viewed from Jubilee Cottage, presents a massive overbearing bulk, which is not apparent when viewing from the front of Dove Cottage. The bulk of the extension, which is highly visible from the south-facing window of the kitchen/dining room and the east-facing window of the family room, with regards to the layout of our property, the south-facing window is the kitchen diner room. The planning officer has acknowledged and dismissed the outlook plus light levels from this window. In fact, the existing building without the extension is highly visible and not from an oblique angle as stated by the planning officer. The east-facing window from the family room faces directly towards the garden area that the proposed extension will be built on. The 4-metre proposal cannot fail to remove natural light permanently from Jubilee Cottage, as the floor level of Jubilee Cottage is almost 1 metre lower than Dove Cottage due to the natural slope of the ground. We feel that the planning officer has done us a disservice by refusing to view Dove Cottage from Jubilee Cottage prior to the committee's visit, and therefore assess the impact of the proposal apportionately. Because of the time constraints, the committee did not have time to view from the lower level and the aspects from inside. We feel that this proposal does not respect our amenities, but actively disrespects them. Points of detail. Dove Cottage is situated to the east of Greenway, not to the north, as stated in the planning officer's report, and therefore is misleading as to the impact of light deprivation in Jubilee Cottage. 2. Dove Cottage is accessed from a track that is on the village green, which is open to the public, and not from a private track.
1 minute remaining.
Stated in the planning officer report. The site plan is incorrect as it shows the north gable end of Dove Cottage in line with Jubilee Cottage garage, but in fact it extends past the garage by approximately 1 metre. Therefore, when viewing the site plan, the proposed extension will in fact be 5 metres past the end of the garage. 4. The roof plan shows a single gable roof when in fact it is currently a double gable roof and therefore is misleading. 5. In the curtilage of the original site plan, land was included to the east of the property, which is in fact village green. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Members, do you have any questions for the resident? No? Thank you very much, sir. If you withdraw, and we now have the applicant, I believe. If you press the big white black button, you have 4 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The original dwelling is no longer visible at Dove Cottage. So back in 1990, it seems it was completely rebuilt. So in the planner's officer's assessment, it says it's not fair to refer to the original development, the original dwelling, when that has actually, been lost. Therefore, planning can be considered on the host building as it is. The issue of overdevelopment has been raised. We think that an external site viewing may have led some to believe that we were left with an overbearing house and a very small garden. If the planning permission is approved, the garden size will be approximately 220 square metres still. Jubilee Cottage opposes the application on the grounds of overlooking, loss of privacy, overshadowing and overbearing. As per the planning officer's view, the outlook from Jubilee Cottage's windows is not unduly affected. However, we would like to bring to the committee's attention some other matters. Firstly, the wall that was built by our neighbours, for which we allowed them access to through our property in order to protect their trees and plants, is 2.68 metres high from our side. There are a number of established trees planted between Jubilee Cottage and the boundary fence with us. The first will be exactly opposite the proposed extension. Even though it is winter, the approximate height is 3.76 metres with a spread of 3.93 metres. There are two further trees which we could only measure by standing our ladders up near the tree. Our ladder is 4.7 metres long, but was way short of the trees, so I think we have to assume it's at least 5 metres. There's then another run of trees which runs along at an angle from that fence. Any potential loss of light does not affect the sociable use of the garden, so the area that will be potentially overshadowed up to 9 o'clock in the morning is a walkway. It's not, where they sit and have barbecues or anything like that. So back to the trees. So there's a lot of coverage in the summer, and it's hard to see how our proposed extension will significantly reduce light. The planning officer assesses that any impact, however negligible, will only be to approximately 9 a.m. We are therefore of the opinion that our application meets all of the planning requirements. We have our own interior design business, so can promise the committee that if they approve our application, it will be of an appropriate design carried out in a sympathetic manner, and the character will be preserved.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions to the applicant? Thank you very much, sir. I don't have any other speakers. Questions to officers? Board member? Yeah, do you want to speak?
Thank you, Chair. I asked this to go to the viewing panel. There's obviously two sides to every story. On the one hand, we've got what I personally believe is a reasonable extension in keeping with the existing cottage. I don't see any issue with that. The plans themselves that we see, location plans, they seem to contradict with each other, the block plan and the site plan. But by going to see the site, one can get an appreciation that it is quite tight. So the objector, Mr. Atwood, has a point that there will be some shadowing, I think is really the main issue on his property. But then we've heard there's a line of trees that are quite mature. Obviously on the visit we went on, it's winter, so we didn't really appreciate the trees were there. So this is an interesting one for us to debate, because there will be some loss of the sun, so that's a disbenefit. But on the other hand, the person has a right to build and extend their house. And really, I'm hoping that the site viewing has helped members to come to an opinion. I'd be happy to take part in the debate. Thank you.
Any questions to officers? I had one on page 90. I was a bit confused or baffled, easily done, I know, about the bat position, where it says a license can only be granted 1, 2, 3, and then it says in relation to 1 and 2, the applicant has stated the proposed extension is necessary to provide additional living space, and they wish to have an older relative live with them. Is that regarded as preserving public health or public safety or other imperative reasons? Because in planning terms it would be disregarded, but in BAT's terms it's become a reason for overriding a regulation. I'm not a great regulatory man myself, but I'm puzzled as to the way that is dealt with. And we probably don't have a BAT person present.
No, we don't have an ecologist present, but no, that is generally the approach, that where the proposal is for residential development to serve an existing residential property, and where there is no sort of satisfactory alternative extending that property, then subject to the appropriate mitigation, then we can grant planning permission. It doesn't mean that the applicant will then get a licence, the EPS licence from Natural England, but the benefit of the planning permission will be weighed heavily by Natural England in looking at their licence application.
The reason I was puzzled is that I can't remember ever seeing that in a report before, this EPS license stuff. Anyway, we'll pass through it because I don't know the answer. I still don't know the answer, and there's nobody here to answer it. Councillor Bound.
Brief question to officers. How much are we allowed, would the applicant be allowed to do under permitted development in terms of out from the building?
Good question.
Ordinarily, you can extend a property to the side by half the width or up to half the width of the original dwelling house. I think in this case, that there is some question in my mind as to whether the original dwelling house was actually demolished in 1990 when the extensions were built, because the blend of brick is so good that it does look like that original dwelling was lost. But that application was actually an extension. So in theory, yes, the original dwelling house has already been extended, so the extension to the side would require permission, looking at it quite sort of basically like that. But it's a question we would have to go and look into in a lot more detail before saying it didn't need planning permission.
Any further questions? Discussion? Nobody spoke.
Yeah, I feel I've got to speak again on the value of the site visit. It's back to what Councillor Tomlin said, I believe another speaker, that you can look at the drawings, you can look at the photographs sitting in the chamber here, and as soon as you get on site, perspective brings everything together. And quite frankly, the photograph I'm looking at now, it's an illusion to say that the other cottage, pardon? Jubilee, it looks a fair distance away from the end of Dove Cottage. If you put the extension on that, and we went round and stood in the garden of the neighbour's house, and they had actually marked out how far the extension would come out, and you looked at it in relation to that, it will be an imposing bulk viewed from that the smaller cottage. There's no doubt about it. It was a nice day, and the sun was out, and you could see where the sun was going to come. And it is going to have an effect to the neighbour. On that basis, having viewed it at the right time of day, okay, it wasn't 9 o'clock in the morning, it was a bit later, I feel this is an imposition. I would agree that if you took that as the basic building and then added this extension on, in those terms it would be acceptable. But it's the location and the impact that it's going to have on the neighbour. I can't support it. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Councillor Tucker?
Oh, I've been lit up now, thank you. Actually, all I wanted to do was to agree totally with what Councillor said. It really, really changed my opinion when I went round into the garden next door. It completely changed my opinion, and I'm totally against it now.
It's like me again, Chair. I'm going to have to move for refusal on this one, on the basis of excessive bulk, impact on the neighbourhood, on the neighbour, loss of light, and presumably that can be enough. We've had it accepted as the grounds for rejection in the past.
Did you second that?
I'll second that.
Oh, right, Councillor No other councillors? Councillor Sherlock seconded it. Officers have any comments on these reasons?
Chair, if I could just clarify in terms of the reasons for refusal put forward, in where Councillor May referred to bulk, I assume that's in relation to the overbearing and loss of light impact, not the design and size of the extension compared to the host dwelling from the comments previously.
Absolutely right.
It's been moved and seconded for refusal. Those in favour of refusal? For those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's failed. In that case, I'll move approval from the chair, seconded by Councillor Leeks. Those in favour of approval? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those against? 3. So it's approved. Is that right? Item 9, Plasto Green, Headley. And do we have any speakers?
Yes, we do. Mr. Fowler, and that's the councillor of the ward, councillor.
Mr. Fowler. No other public speakers. Thank you. A familiar face. We'll wait for the officers to present the report.
Thank you, Chair. This application proposes the conversion of an existing building to residential use, including extension and alterations and the erection of a 4-bay cart shed. The application is recommended for refusal by officers, given concerns that the proposed development would dominate and fail to respect the historic character and appearance of the existing buildings as a result of its design scale and footprint. In addition, it's considered that the alterations would be harmful, in addition to the new development would domesticate the site and be detrimental to the character of the area. There's no update for this application, so the recommendation does remain for refusal.
Thank you. You have 4 minutes, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I'm the agent for the application. Members would have noticed on their site visit that the site is very large and is fairly secluded. The new extensions are proposed to be at the back of the existing locally listed building. We're proposing to demolish a large number of the outbuildings, which have a total footprint of about 225 square metres. The new extension has a footprint of about 150 square metres, and there's also a new cart shed for garaging, which makes the total footprint slightly less than the existing. The front elevation, which is the traditional entrance to the site, has the locally listed building on the right-hand side and a small barn on the left, which are being retained. The extension is just about seen over the top of the existing building, and we think with the glazed links between the extension and the main locally listed building, that the fragmentation will enable the new extension to sit quite comfortably with the existing. Members will also have seen the existing access to the southwest of the site, which leads to the existing garages. This access will be retained, and on site there are a number of garages, greenhouses, which give the site a residential domestic appearance rather than an agricultural one. High quality materials are suggested, handmade clay tiles, handmade bricks, timber boarding, to fit in with the existing. We think as applicants and agents that there will be significant improvements to the setting of this locally listed building, with the demolition of the buildings on the site and the new extension to the rear. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions to the applicant's agent? Anyone? No. Thank you, Mr. Fowler. Ward member? You've been very patient.
Sorry? Cluster Green Farm. As those members of the committee who viewed the property at the site visit will have noted, the proposed extensions to this hopefully family home and redesign of the cart shed will be of an appropriate design and relates to surrounding development in a sympathetic manner, and as such complies with the National Planning Policy Framework Section 12, Safe Policy E1 and Appendix 13 of the Design and Sustainability Supplementary Planning Document, inasmuch as the appearance of the front of the building will not lose or fail to respect its historic character. The frontage will be returned to red brick. It will have wooden windows, which are in keeping with the local street scene in this rural area. The proposed extension, as stated, are appropriate in design terms and would neither dominate nor compete with this. It is a locally listed building. Most of the proposed development is to the back of the house and rooms required for a family. It is important that we encourage people to live in our rural area. If you look at the southeast elevation of the house, only a small area of roof is visible, but in keeping with the rest of the street scene. In fact, it respects/improves the visual amenity and scenic quality, and the property's character, historic and architectural interests are preserved. The proposal would not harm an undesignated heritage asset. The house is traditionally set back from the road, which is usual in Ashford Hill, with a garden and open space between properties. This will not change, and therefore does not change it from a character related to agricultural use to one that is overly residential in nature. Therefore, it complies again with NNPF 11, Safe Policies E2 and E6, and Appendix 13 of the DSSPD. This is a delightful cottage that has been derelict now for quite some time since the owner has died, and we would very much like it to be approved, please, and to have people moving into our rural area. Thank you.
Any questions to the ward member? Thank you very much, Kathy. No side dialogue, please. We don't want any undue influence brought to bear here. There aren't any questions, Kathy. Thank you very much. Questions to officers? I had a question. Do we happen to have access to the citation of, it's a locally listed building, so it's a decision we've made. Do we have the citation listing the building?
The description in the local list entry reads, small farm cottage of early 18th century date, longitudinal plan form, single story plus attic, painted brickwork, tiled gabled roof with gabled dormers above eaves, timber frame detached farm buildings with clay tiled roof, locally significant due to age, intactness and vernacular character.
Thank you. I just wanted to check that it's not regarded, and clearly it isn't, as a traditional, what's the expression, farmstead. Because that has a different significance in country areas. Right. Questions to officers? Any other questions? No? Discussion? Councillor Miller, very reliable. Councillor Goddison, Councillor Tomlin. Gosh, this is exciting. Councillor Bound. In that order.
It was a delight to be on the viewing panel, to look at this property. To say it's got full of character is an understatement. Its location, set back from the road, okay, it's been derelict, but it's intact. And it just needs a very sympathetic improvement. And with the clearance of the buildings to the rear of the sort of the cross piece of the L shape of the building, and improvement at the back of the property, it's going to be one delightful home to live in for anybody in the future. It's ideal. This is a perfect opportunity to recover a derelict and fast deteriorating property that needs to be kept in the community. From what I read about the use, and I talked to the agent on site, the sympathetic way that they intend to use the materials, it just shouted out at me, this is what we need to do in the country. Keep those properties that fit. 18th century, I believe, was mentioned. It's been there a long, long time. We'd like to keep it there for another 200 years. The only way we can do it is improve it. Bring along some sympathetic modern materials to keep and preserve these kind of buildings. Everything I heard from the ward councillor to the agents, and I'm sure that any conditions that would be put in if we grant this approval would ensure that the right sympathetic improvement would exist. It's one of the nicest properties I've seen for a long time that really screams at you, preserve me, improve me, and let somebody live here. I would certainly, depends how the debate goes, move for approval on this one.
Thank you. I had a string of people. I've forgotten who they were. Councillor Tomlin, I think, was on it. No? Councillor Goddison. We're moving in that direction.
Thank you, Chair. Well, basically, I support everything that Councillor Miller said. I was very impressed with it, with the site. It's a delicious site, and I think the plans are extremely sympathetic. The reasons given for refusal, the proposed extension and cart shed would be of an inappropriate design and disproportionate in scale, form and printing, and consequently dominate the local listed building. I wouldn't accept that's the case, and as far as the proposal, etc., would adversely impact on the character of the local area, I wouldn't accept that is the case either. So if Councillor Miller is willing to propose approval, I would be happy to second it. Thank you.
Moving around. Councillor Tomlin.
Well, very briefly, obviously, I do support that. The viewing panel was, it was a nice site to look at, and I think the benefit we've got here is that this is not a listed building, but it's one we wish to preserve, and here's sort of looking at a gift horse now. Someone's actually going to do that for us. And the trade-off is sort of some bigger building towards the rear, which you can't really see from the road, and round the back were derelict buildings anyway. So this is a generally tidying up a site, giving us the street scene as it once was, and I think it's to be commended. So I will certainly support a recommendation for approval.
Bound.
I have to disagree. I have to disagree with everything it's said, I think, really, and totally agree with the conservation officer. It is a diminutive, I think that was the word that was used within the officer report, sort of set of buildings, and I have to go along with what was said, that it was complete. I appreciate that most of the build is going to be at the back, but in my opinion, it's going to be completely overwhelmed by the additions, whilst also appreciating that some of the other sort of unused stuff around the back will disappear. So I would go along with the officer report, and there also it seems to be some sort of slight dispute about the accuracy of the red line. I don't know how that sort of fits into our deliberations here. I don't know whether the officer can comment on that.
Yeah, I can help. It's on page 100 of the report, the top paragraph. I think the question that Councillor Bound is raising, and a question that officers have raised, is that the entire site is within the red line. Now, officers wouldn't accept that entire site was residential curtilage, as in it was probably not residential garden associated with the small property. So there is some concern about the amount of domestication on the site that's proposed, not just by the actual physical development, but also by the resultant change in the character of the site itself through formalisation of the garden and what's currently quite a rural site.
Any further comments from members? Perhaps officers could comment that if members were minded to approve this, which those who spoke were 3-1 against, as it were, or 3-1 in favour, before we actually get any further down that track, the implications of the curtilage issue, I can see that. They've drawn the curtilage around what had been the dwelling and its associated farm-related buildings, and therefore part of it could be referred to as agricultural because it's in use, but it wouldn't if this went through, it would no longer, I mean, it isn't in use in any case as a farm at the moment because it's derelict. Are the rest of the buildings not in use? The farm, there's no farmer lurking about. So if it were approved, it would effectively mean that there'd be no agricultural use for the land, which is bounded by the area set out in the red line. Is that the case?
That's the case. There's no agricultural use evident at the moment, but that is the last sort of historic use.
But the implication of approving it would be that unless members decided to challenge the red line, that would become curtilage ipso facto or de facto or something.
Yeah, the proposal is for what's in the red line to be the curtilage of the dwelling. I think if members were minded to approve the application, felt that the proposed development was acceptable in all other respects, that we would certainly be suggesting a condition that be put on to require a curtilage plan to be submitted prior to sort of occupation of the dwelling.
Was it moved? Moved by you, seconded by Sven. It's been moved and seconded for approval. Those in favour of approval? 1, 2, 3. That's carried. Officers will want to have conditions. The reasons for approval. I mean, the one thing which appeared to me to be missing from the report in favour is that this would bring back into use a derelict dwelling and would protect for the future, because it would be in use as a very attractive dwelling, the existing locally listed building, albeit in a modified form in a slightly different context, but it would then become it would be protected by ownership and habitation, whereas at the moment it's in risk of falling apart because nobody wants to live in it. Councillor, John, are you going to say something? You're waving about.
In fact, that's exactly what I was just going to ask you. If it was now restored, it would be listed perhaps. You just answered it, didn't you? You said it could be. It could be a listed building if it was restored. Because it looks a really nice old place, I think. Is that what you said?
I think actually if this is approved, conservation officer might give advice on this. If it was approved and it's considering as significantly damaging, which is the objection, the locally listed building, it might be delisted. There might be an application to have it delisted on the grounds that it's no longer eligible for the listing it was given. Comment.
Thank you, Chair. We've never actually had an application to date to remove a building from the local list. So we would need to sort of come back to the committee in terms of how we deal with that in terms of protocol. I think the key thing would be, would it still deviate from the criteria to include it on the local list to such an extent that it would merit reassessment effectively?
It wouldn't. I don't think anybody would put it in for listing as a Grade 2 listed building. It seems highly unlikely to me. I'm looking at the at the architect, who's not nodding his head or shaking his head, so I have no idea at all, because the English heritage move in a mysterious way their wonders perform. It's unlikely that it would be delisted, in my opinion, because nobody would take the action to do so. And if they did, we'd have to work out how you go about that, because we haven't, as you say, had an application to delist any of our locally listed buildings. We've had the odd application to demolish one, and that succeeded. Conditions.
Thank you, Chair. We're certainly recommending a sample panel condition to be submitted to secure the materials and the finish of those materials. Condition regarding window details, joinery and the external finish of the windows. Condition regarding parking as per the plan. Highway conditions regarding the setback of access gates and bin storage, the cycle storage, those type of things. A condition to require the removal of all the existing buildings that are outlined on the plan and shown to be removed, so that we can ensure that only those buildings that are shown to be retained are actually retained on the site. A condition to require that curtilage plan that I mentioned prior to occupation of the dwelling, just to ensure that the actual size of the curtilage is appropriate to the size of the dwelling. Conditions require the removal of permitted development rights in relation to classes A, B, C and E, so that's your extensions and outbuildings. A landscaping scheme for hard and soft landscaping to secure something appropriate for that site. And then contaminated land and hours of construction conditions as recommended by Environmental Health.
The only question I had about all that was making sure that the curtilage is appropriate to the size of the dwelling. That will be to the size of the dwelling as it will be. Is there some suggestion the curtilage would be expected to be somewhere significantly inside the red line, or are we saying that that's probably, given the dwelling as it will be, not an inappropriate curtilage for a dwelling of this scale in the countryside? I don't want the applicant to get into some muddle later about arguing tuppence worth of halfpenny of a few feet of land or whatever. I just get a feel for, because sometimes we have these conditions which are very, very difficult to interpret, and one will interpret them one way and one will interpret them the other.
Sure. I mean, the concern of officers was that the red line, if that was accepted to be curtilage, would be greater than what was historically the curtilage of that property. And the concern of officers would be that curtilage area would be harmful to the rural character of the area. So the suggestion would be that there should be a plan secured to have a smaller curtilage. Clearly members could disagree with that assessment and the need for that condition.
Members on the site visit, please, comments on that. Are you of the view that the curtilage as designated by the red line is or isn't larger than it ought to be for the dwelling as it will be? Councillor Miller.
My particular view on this would be that it's appropriate, given the natural setting of the house and the old outbuildings, and bearing in mind what the new plans are, I would consider it appropriate to keep the curtilage as it is.
In that case, we'd ask that that condition be removed and that the red line be regarded as, in general terms, the curtilage. Although there might be a better drawing of some sort, but not to argue about the dimensions. Is that my understanding? Members in favour of that?
Yes, agreed.
Okay. Happy, officers? Yep. Item 10 comes before the committee only on the only for the reason that the applicant is a member or employee of this authority, and on that basis, as is customary, unless this wants to have questions and debate, I will move it from the chair. Those in favour? That's approved. You almost escaped. We have, and lastly, we have a telecoms mast. I think you had a question, Councillor Tucker.
My question is, this The one that is already there, I don't know who I direct it to, the mast and whatever. I think from memory it was granted on appeal. The original one was granted on appeal. In a conversation with a highways officer, he said that it should never have been granted in that particular position because of the sight lines were bad. Now that they're suggesting to replace it, can I double check that the highways have been approached with regard to the actual site of it? Because we don't want another one put in there and the highways people come along and say it's in the wrong place, it's got to be moved.
Sorry, Councillor Tucker, I was expecting somebody else to answer because, no, the Borough Council highways officers weren't consulted. I don't know about the County Council.
This was the county council that I was speaking to when I was county councillor for the area. And we were going around.
Let me answer the question. Would the county council be automatically notified of this? I think the answer is this is unfortunately conjectural. Because the previous application was approved, it seems inappropriate to defer this because we think the county council might have objected to it if they saw it. Councillor Leeks.
Right. To help with this, I believe this fell when there was an improvement scheme put in place there. Footpath was made wider, etc., etc. I think it was done at the same time as the planning application went in to have this built, and therefore I don't think it was picked up properly, and it is in absolutely, totally the wrong place. I see lorries coming round the roundabout, and I see that mast one day being knocked over. Doesn't matter if it's 5 foot tall, 10 foot tall. It is totally and utterly in the wrong place. And as I say, a lot of this has been brought in by the fact that the footpath and the roadway has had work done on it. And when they originally applied, I don't think it was picked up that they were going to do this road work. So I'm dead against it. Whether you're going to vote for it or not, I'm dead against it.
Well, members will have to determine their view on this. There have been no comments from the parish council and no public observations.
Point of order, Chairman, it's not a parish council, it's a town council.
Well, there's been no comments from the town council or any public observations or indeed any member who's commented on it. But you have now, but nobody has given anybody the opportunity to examine. I mean, the question is, if there is an issue associated with this, officers have been given no opportunity to challenge it or consult with anybody because nobody's raised the issue. Members will decide how to vote themselves. I'm not trying to guide them in that way, but I'm just saying that from a process point of view, it is inappropriate in general to raise issues for the first time in these meetings. We're normally responding to objections or site visit comments or whatever, or the officers' views, and nobody's expressed a view until we get to the meeting. That's my only comment. And it is important if members understand there's maybe objections to this to please raise them ahead of time. And it could have been raised when the report was published and officers had a chance to look into it.
Mr. Chairman, some of us don't have time to read them all until the last minute.
And some of us couldn't go on the site visit last week.
Councillors, just looking at the layout plan, the proposed cabinet is further back from the road edge than the existing one, and also the replacement mast would be further back as well, to the back of the footway. In respect of that, I would say that it would have less impact on the visibility from the carriageway side, and also would offer more safety to anybody actually working at the cabinet.
I'm still against it. It's in the wrong place.
Fine. Are you going to move a refusal? Somebody's going to move something here. If you're just saying you're against it. Move refusal, move deferral, move something.
I didn't mention the word referral, sir, after earlier comments. But no, I am going to vote against it, and I'll move against it.
Would somebody second that? Councillor Tucker? It's been moved and seconded for refusal. Your reasons for refusal? It's in entirely the wrong place. It isn't quite right.
Chairman. What, that it's in the wrong place? Well, I think it is. I think you are.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm trying to be helpful. It doesn't come across that way because I'm not agreeing with you. But it's getting very late. We cannot have a reason of refusal. It's in the wrong place. It won't wash. There has to be some material reason why it's in the wrong place, what is wrong about the place. And there is an existing one there. We've heard evidence from the highways officer that the new one is displaced back into the green area with the woods on it, in amongst the trees, which appears to be a better place as you look at it, and therefore it's an improvement. So if we're going to have a refusal, which you're asking members to vote for, we have to have a coherent reason for that refusal, which is why I use the word deferral. If you really want to stop it, my view is the only way to stop, the only honest and straight way to stop it is to ask for further evidence. If you think you have a real coherent reason for refusal, as opposed to it's in the wrong place.
Okay, I'll ask for deferment then.
Sorry, unfortunately, unfortunately on the deferral, we couldn't defer this one because it's one of the prior determinations, notifications, sorry, so it has to be determined within 56 days, so it wouldn't make the next committee meeting, unfortunately. So it would be a case of raise objection or no objection. I think in this instance, for the reasons set out in the report and the additional comments from the highways officer there just simply wouldn't be any significant grounds to refuse it on, given that there's that existing mast there.
I just apologise for what I said earlier, because there are two cabinets that are proposed. So the one at the back of the green, the back of the footway, that one I think isn't an issue. The other one, which is close to the footway, could still be an issue. Yes, the doorways do open the right way, so they offer the best safety for anybody operating on at the cabinet, but it is still quite close. Unfortunately, I can't scale from this drawing, but potentially that could affect visibility for somebody using that crossing point.
Now, it might be helpful to me to suggest that, given that information, because this diagram is incredibly confusing, the proposed Ericsson cabinet on the footway, right on the footway, is patently in the wrong place. The cabinet, not the whole thing, the cabinet, because somebody has to advance the reasons why it cannot be located on the grass or on the side of the footway. And there's nothing suggesting that it can't be done that way. Why does it have to obstruct the footway? Does that make sense? Yes? And our highways officer,
in that case,
it might well be cited where it didn't obstruct the footway. How's that?
Agreed.
It's been moved and seconded for refusal. Those in favour of refusal? It's refused on the basis that we have an explanation of why the cabinet, which is now placed on the footway, can't be placed off the footway.
So, could we just clarify something? That the cabinet, I think, is being referred to is actually, as we understand it, there already. Is that
Well, it
right,
says
Catherine?
proposed. I read the thing carefully. It says proposed.
It's proposed to be replaced, I think, is the issue.
Yeah, but the mast is being moved, isn't it?
The mast is being moved, but the cabinet, as we understand the plans, is in that location. It's proposed to be replaced in that location.
There's two cabinets now.
Are we saying, for the benefit of the tape, are we saying that the one that's being replaced, we shouldn't be told about it because it doesn't need permission? Which is the implication of what you're saying.
Yes, we're just going to try and put up the existing plan now, so you can just, so there's that difference between the two.
No, so the footway isn't shown on this plan, but this is the plan that was approved on appeal by an inspector. And you can see the equipment cabinet. I can't show you, sorry, because it's on the computer screen. You can see the existing equipment cabinet that's there on this plan. That exists. It's on a concrete foundation. What this application proposes is to take that equipment cabinet off and put a new equipment cabinet on. So that equipment cabinet, which is already on the footway, is already there. This proposal just proposes a replacement of that existing cabinet.
Yeah.
We've just had two statements from two officers that conflict. Can we have, please, an explanation, because we're talking about one cabinet, two cabinet, location? I'm totally confused of what's going on here.
Yeah, I think the issue there was that the highways officer was trying to respond to the issue that had been raised this evening, which he hadn't had a chance to respond to before. So in that sense, Owens, I think, looked at the plan and seen the word proposed there and had assumed that it was part of the proposal. Having looked at it again and looked at the existing plans, the cabinet that was being referred to is in fact existing. So there's only one additional. It's a replacement, but it's in the same location.
So it will still affect sight lines, etc., etc.
In the same location as it currently is.
We could say that the cabinet affects sight lines particularly. It's only about that tall. It's within probably the height that
Excuse me,
highways require.
it's quite high.
Oh, it is. Well, we seem to have an impasse here. Councillor Bound, it's going on, isn't it?
Has the footway has gone in since that cabinet was put in position? The plan that was showed earlier. Right. Yes.
It's not clear to me how we can deal with this in a way that's going to be satisfactory to those members who are vehemently against it, because we're told by officers that the one bit which actually looks to me as if it's patently in the wrong place is a replacement, and they're probably entitled to do it without planning consent. And I mean, the moral of this lesson is we have to be more alert to these things before they get to committee. We have had telecom installations where the public has objected and parish councils have raised issues about them. And I'm sure if somebody had spoken nicely to Vodafone, they'd have been amenable to moving it back onto the more obvious place for it, but perhaps not. Are you going to sustain your motion to refuse? Gone quiet now.
I shan't vote.
Right. Yes, Sven.
My own view is we should do one of two things. I either have another vote, or if the refusal that we passed can be specified on that cabinet, which they don't need planning permission for, then they can ignore our refusal and everybody gets back to normal.
I'm sorry, officers, to say we either approve or refuse the application as submitted. It's not bits, is it? It's very tricky. Well, it's been moved and seconded for refusal. We will have to take a vote on that. I will vote against refusal. Did they vote on refusal? Oh, no, it was voted on refusal apparently on what was then wrong information. Or we think it was wrong information. We ought to vote again. I'm advised legally. Right. It's been moved and, yes.
Sorry, can I just clarify, because I'm totally, well, yes, okay, we're all, there are to be 2 cabinets, and one's going to be in the trees, and one's going to replace the one that's there already. Thank you.
Mast moves into the trees. We're going to take the vote again. You're sticking with the motion, presumably. Hello? You want to, the vote's going to be held again, so we have had a motion to refuse. Those in favour of
I'll
refusal?
take my motion back.
Right? No. Well, in that case, good man. I'll move approval from the chair with some reluctance because I'd like to see that cabinet moved. Move approval from the chair.
Seconded.
Those in favour of approval? Those against? And those abstaining, everybody abstained. Right, okay. That's approved. What a tangled web we weave. Thank you very much for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a long evening, and we're grateful for your support. Thank you.